Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the West Grey Council meeting for July 6, 2021. On the call to order, item number 1, I'm calling this meeting to order. All members of council are present, and we indeed have a quorum. At this point, Supervisor Hewlett, could you please go through the electronic features for today's meeting?
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, you can dial 6, if you get disconnected, you can dial 647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 831-6959-0883. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. Item number 2, moment of reflection. Would you all mind just taking a quiet moment? Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Members of council, at this time, is there anything to declare? Seeing none, certainly you know that when you do recognize that you have a conflict of interest, that would be the appropriate time to acknowledge. Thank you. Item number 4, we are on delegations. These are not time delegations. And the first one is under item number 4, 4.1, presentation from Principals Integrity. This is the periodic report. And I see that Janice Abrams Petruski as well as Jeffrey Abrams are on. Good morning and welcome, Janice Atwood Petruski and Jeffrey Abrams. Thank you for being here, and we are looking forward to your report.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And you'll see Jeff on another screen, and I will do a brief presentation of our periodic report to you. Thank you for having us here this morning. Jeff and I are a partnership which constitutes Principals Integrity. So we are Principals Integrity, and we have been your Integrity Commissioner since April of 2018. And this is actually the first periodic report that we've brought. And we'll walk through really as much for the public as yourselves, just a brief outline of the role of an Integrity Commissioner. Municipalities are required to have an Integrity Commissioner, and an Integrity Commissioner provides a variety of resource services for the municipality. And we think of ourselves as a resource. We advise and provide assistance in developing good codes of conduct, and we also are available to provide confidential advice to members of council and local boards with respect to issues that may fall into gray areas, issues that may arise with respect to conflicts of interest that they perceive. And we also are available, and this is the role that the public always thinks of, we're available to conduct investigations. So we're the enforcement mechanism, if you will, under both the Code of Conduct and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act when there are allegations of breach. We look at that as a residual area. We try to focus our attention on advice, really coaching and training at the front end. And we think that the regime works best when members of council feel inclined to reach out and get advice in advance and avoid those kinds of pitfalls that they may encounter otherwise. So I won't walk tooth and nail through the report before you. The chart sets out the functions that we carry out. We look at our activity for municipalities in sort of 3 categories. And you'll see that in about the 4th page of the report. We talk about our work in policy development and education. And in that, under that rubric, we worked with you, you'll recall, about a year and a half ago, developing a more robust code of conduct. Some of the more dated codes of conduct were pretty light on the detail and the commentary. And so we try to introduce a little more robust code of conduct that provides members with a lot more guidance and is more of a guide than a trap, if you will. So that was that new revised code of conduct was adopted in September of 2020. The second area that we sort of categorize our functions in is advice giving. And as you know, we are available to provide advice to members of council on ethical areas under either the code or the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And the idea is that the advice is confidential. The member, if they provide us with the circumstances and the facts, we provide them written advice. It's confidential as between us, and the member can then conduct themselves accordingly. And if they're provided that the member conducts himself accordingly, if there is a complaint, no complaint really can be sustained if they've acted on the advice of the Integrity Commissioner. So it's binding on us. And in the course of our work for West Grey, we have responded to 17 requests for advice and provided written advice on those. And we think that that reflects exactly the way this regime is intended to function, that members recognize their own potential gray areas because we have tried to provide that guidance in the code. And when they recognize that, they seek the advice, and that advice avoids missteps. So we think this is exactly the way this regime is intended to function. The third category is, of course, that enforcement mechanism that exists where we receive and review complaints of allegations of misconduct, of contravention of some kind. And we always seek first to determine if there's a way to resolve the matter. So we typically always try to explore and keep our minds open to, is there a possibility to get a course correction, get some acknowledgement to move this forward. Now, of course, some contraventions are not amenable to that kind of resolution. And so we're always mindful of that. But in many cases, that's exactly how matters get resolved, and therefore they don't result in a public recommendation report. So in the course of our retainer with you, we have responded to 5 separate complaints, and all but one, which was reported last September, were able to be resolved without the need for a public recommendation report. In one such situation, staff had raised concerns about conduct and behavior of a member of a local board. And so in that, we were able to resolve that through some additional training for members of local boards. And so that's just an example of where we think we're able to bring resolution. We do. Certainly, because of our, I apologize for that background noise. I don't know if you can hear my printer running. I hope that you cannot. I have others who use my printer. We're all in pandemic here. Because of our circumstances that we serve as Integrity Commissioner to approximately 40 municipalities around Ontario, as well as other boards, we are able to provide to you a bit of sort of the highlights of the themes that we see around the province. And so we spell that out a little bit in the report for you, just to bring you some insights as to what we're seeing around the province in other municipalities. And conflicts of interest, of course, is an area which arises and creates gray areas for members often. And indeed, a number of the pieces of advice that we provided to members of your council were touching on conflict of interest issues. So it's important that, of course, members recognize where they have an interest because they're a member of a body, for example, whose interest is before council and that type of a thing. One of the interesting things that occurred last year was the issuance of the recommendation report of Associate Chief Justice Frank Morocco around the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, which really delved into the issue of conflicts of interest. And in that particular report, which is over 1,000 pages long, and I don't necessarily recommend everybody sit down and read it over the summer, but there are 306 recommendations, a number of which recommend or commend to the province to adopt into statute the provisions which you actually now have in your code of conduct around recognizing disqualifying interests and recognizing that the common law also brings conflicts of interest that aren't recognized in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So you're ahead of the curve in that respect. You have a very robust code of conduct which reflects those issues which that particular judicial inquiry is pointing out as gaps. So kudos to you in that regard. Another area that we see regularly around the province are issues arising as a result of members disparaging each other, members of staff, or the public. So non-disparagement is a big point of concern. Members need to bear in mind that they are bound by the code provisions of respectful and non-disparaging communication, whether they're sharing their views orally, by email, on social media, or elsewhere. And we see these arise sometimes in Facebook or tweets, that kind of thing. So regardless of the medium, and regardless of the intended audience, and regardless of the motive, members need to recognize that they are bound by the respectful obligations under the Code of Conduct, and they are held to a high standard. Another area that we see with some regularity is members of council attempting to take the reins to fix a constituent's problem. So we caution members to remember to stay in your lane. You're the elected official and your role is as a body to set policy, but not to jump in and take the reins from staff and try to manage in line management duties and that type of a thing. So even though it's well-intended and even though it's difficult to sometimes refrain from that, it's very important. Those are basically all of the comments that we intend to provide with respect to our periodic report. We think this is a very good news story in terms of periodic reports. It underscores that members of council recognize issues when they arise in a timely manner and seek the advice from their integrity commissioner that is basically serving them well to guide them through any gray areas, and that we have not had an enormous number of complaints, and those we've had, many of them are amenable to early resolution. So we're open to any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for that detailed presentation. And I'm just mindful of on your first page, which is your presentation is included in this agenda. The purpose of an integrity commissioner's periodic report is to provide the public with the opportunity to understand the ethical well-being of the municipality's elected and appointed officials through the lens of our activities. And I thank you very much for the presentation on this. Members of council, are there any questions of clarity? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do see that there were 5 complaints that were presented to the principal's integrity. I'm curious about subjectivity as well as transparency. I believe that all of council ran on transparency. Just curious if that would be a closed session report that we could receive as council as to the complaint, the nature of the complaint, and the resolve that was taken.
Thank you for the question, Janice Atwood-Petrosky, unless Jeffrey Abrams will be responding.
It's my turn, Madam Mayor. We share the workload in the firm. Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. It's important to understand that integrity commissioners are statutory officers, we're independent officers, and we operate under a statutory framework that requires confidentiality. And so in the course of receiving a complaint and resolving it, if that's possible, we're obliged to be confidential, but the confidentiality also serves as a bit of an impetus in order to achieve course correction, which is our goal. And so transparency is abundantly important, and you are required to be transparent. We're as transparent as we can be, but we're also quite purposeful. And the purpose in receiving complaints and dealing with the complainants and understanding their concerns is to ultimately serve the public interest by resolving matters quickly, inexpensively, and with a focused purpose. And that's what we were able to achieve in those 4 matters. So we are not able to report to council on the details of those things, whether it be in public session or in private session.
Thank you for the response. Members of council, is there any other question of clarity on this presentation? Councillor Shea.
Thank you, and thank you both for attending and for giving us high marks in our efforts to be as ethical and accountable as possible. We've had several things come across our desks over the last year or so, different municipalities and groups wanting to review and rejig the whole integrity commissioner mechanism. I think the major concern is that because there are different integrity commissioners across the province, they're all applying, their version, their interpretation of what the function should be, and it's not consistent across the province. I think you guys are probably doing a good job, but maybe some others are not, or maybe some others are way more aggressive. Or so I was just curious, do you have any insights about the future of the integrity commissioner role within the province?
Well, as council may well be aware, there is a consultation being undertaken right now, and I think there's a survey out the province has put out, and it closes tomorrow. If anyone is interested in it, they can go to the ministry site and complete the survey. And they're taking a look at the whole regime. I think the focus of the inquiry began with some really egregious behavior in some places. We've participated in the survey. Janice and I actually led MECO, the Association of Municipal Integrity Commissioners, in compiling and submitting a submission to the consultations. I think, Councillor, you're quite right. There are a number of integrity commissioners across the province, not all of whom belong to MECO. MECO is a voluntary association, and there are different perspectives taken. And we're hopeful that through the study the province is embarking upon, there will be some standardization in areas which require standardization, some clarity in other areas where there may have been some confusion. And in fact, MECO has recommended that there be training provided to integrity commissioners in which MECO is at least involved to assist in the structure of the curriculum. Janice and I have about 40 clients across the province, and so we have a fairly good perspective. We like to think that we contribute to some level of consistency, and we're certainly in communication with a number of integrity commissioners who share our perspectives on this. But you're right, there are integrity commissioners who take different approaches. There are some integrity commissioners who have only one client. There are some integrity commissioners who won't deal with particular areas, and that's unfortunate. But I'm optimistic that through this process of the provincial review, there will be some remediation and standardization that results.
Thank you very much for the thorough answer. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. And just a comment, just to extend appreciation and thank you to the Integrity Commissioners. I've had to reach out maybe a couple of times over our term, and I've always received a prompt response and a very thorough response that's given me confidence in how to move forward. So just wanted to say thank you for the great work. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Councillor Hamilton, thank you very much for saying that. Are there any other comments, clarity? Okay, to both Janice and Jeffrey, thank you very much for the detailed presentation. And I too want to echo the support that Principles Integrity provides this council, this municipality with support and for the ethical nature and the integrity of the job that we are embarking on, representing our citizens, but supporting our staff and supporting each other as a council. So thank you very much. Look forward to your next presentation, and thank you for being here this morning.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to 4.2, Delegation Kim Wingrove. Kim Wingrove is the Chief Administrative Officer for Grey County, and she will be speaking today on Rockwood Terrace Lands Update. Good morning, CAO Wingrove. It's a pleasure to see you this morning, and we are looking forward to your presentation. I can tell you that our council's been kept up to date all the way up to this presentation in terms of what you have before us. So welcome.
Thanks so much, Mayor Robinson, and good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you all. It's been far too long. This morning with me is Randy Schertzer, our Director of Planning. And so Randy and I have put together an update, and Randy is going to speak to the work that has been done to date to prepare for the construction of a new 128-bed Rockwood Terrace. It's a little bit south of the existing facility on Rock Street, and some of the considerations that we've been taking with regard to a further campus of care model on the same site. So with that, I'll turn it over to Randy. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Kim, and good morning, West Grey Council. Thank you for inviting us today to provide you with an update on the Rockwood Terrace long-term care redevelopment. Next slide, please. So the province has provided approval to the county for a new 128-bed long-term care home to be built in the settlement area of Durham. And this is to replace the existing 100-bed Rockwood Terrace home. The redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace needs to be completed by the end of 2025. The county has hired SHS Consulting to assess the feasibility of a campus of care model as part of the long-term care redevelopment. And this is something that County Council wanted to explore to see if the campus of care model would be feasible at this location. The term campus of care community refers to a community that provides a variety of care and housing options that are tailored to seniors at one location. It essentially allows seniors to age within that community as their needs change. The county has also hired Colliers International to provide project management services for both the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment as well as the Grey Gables redevelopment that the county has received approval for in Markdale. It'll be Colliers International and the architect that will be hired by Colliers that will be working with the County Long-Term Care Redevelopment Committee, as well as West Grey, on the redevelopment of the Rockwood Terrace project. Next slide, please. So in order to move forward with the redevelopment of the new Rockwood Terrace, the county had to acquire lands within the town of Durham. And the county was able to acquire just over 30 acres of land that is located in behind the existing Rockwood Terrace long-term care home. It's also located in behind the Spruce Ridge Community School, and it's adjacent to the Durham Curling Club. You can see the lands that the county acquired on the screen, which does allow for multiple future road connections, everything from South Street East, Elgin Street South, Kincardine Street South, Rock Street, and even out to Concession 1 in the future. Next slide, please. So SHS Consulting recently presented their draft findings for the Campus of Care feasibility study to the county's Long-Term Care Redevelopment Committee. And what they're recommending that the new Rockwood Terrace Campus of Care include would not only be the 128 beds for long-term care, but to also include 40 seniors assisted living units, 15 affordable rental units, and 45 market rental units. This mix creates a mixed income approach that allows for the market units to help offset some of the reduced revenues of the affordable units, and a mixed community where residents can move between independent and supportive living as their needs change over time. In terms of the existing Rockwood Terrace building, SHS is not recommending that the existing building be reused just due to the cost to renovate. They also recommend not reusing it just based on the use of the land for the campus as it improves the proposed site design that SHS and Salter Pilon has put forward, which I'll show you in a little bit. In terms of the site layout, the proposed development can fit within the bounds of the existing streets and is also designed to simplify utility and infrastructure design and keeps the road grid intact. Next slide, please. So this is an image showing the potential concept for the Campus of Care. And as you can see, the proposed buildings are located on the lands directly west of what we would call the Rock Street extension, which means that the lands east of Rock Street, about 20 acres or so, would still be available for other future development opportunities, including potentially a future ambulance station, additional affordable housing developments, and potentially some other opportunities. This is just a concept at this stage, and no doubt will need to be refined through further consultation with West Grey and through the work with Colliers International and the architect once they are hired. As part of the concept plans, SHS Consulting subcontracted some preliminary engineering work regarding servicing, stormwater management and utilities, traffic, and some of that work will be finalized in the near future, and we'll share with West Grey staff once finalized. And I just want to thank Laura Lee and Vance for providing some background information that assisted the consultants with developing the preliminary engineering designs. Next slide, please. So this is an image just showing a render concept of what the Campus of Care could look like. So I'll just describe the various buildings that are numbered on the slide. So building 1 would be the new Rockwood Terrace long-term care home. Building 2 is described as the Village Square building, which would be designed as shared space between the long-term care home and the seniors assisted living building. Building 3 would be the seniors assisted living facility. Building 4 is the shared lobby between buildings 3 and 5. And building 5 is the affordable and market rental housing. Again, this is just a high-level concept of what is possible on the parts of the lands acquired by the county. And this design, as I noted, will need to be refined through further consultations with County Council, West Grey, and the architect. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, SHS will be finalizing the Campus of Care feasibility study, as well as the D6 land use compatibility study. GM Blue Plan will also be finalizing the preliminary servicing, the stormwater management, the traffic and D6 study work, and we will share these with West Grey once completed. As part of the next steps, the County Long-Term Care Redevelopment Task Force indicated the importance of having further discussions with County Council regarding the potential Campus of Care models that are being contemplated at both Rockwood Terrace redevelopment as well as the Grey Gables redevelopment. So these discussions with Council will include discussions around budget and financial implications, a discussion around prioritization, and a discussion around phasing as both these projects are major construction endeavors. Following the discussion with council, we will then be working with Colliers International to move forward with the RFP process to hire the architect. They will be then responsible for designing and acquiring all the approvals necessary for the new Rockwood Terrace long-term care home. This will, of course, include working closely with West Grey staff regarding site plan applications, the lifting of the holding zone on this property, which requires the finalization of a concept plan, and the completion of the D6 land use compatibility study that is currently being conducted. We will also have further discussions with West Grey staff regarding any additional studies or investigations required for approvals, and also discuss opportunities to maximize efficiency for servicing the site, not only for the new long-term care home, but considering future development in and around that area. And the county would be interested in exploring opportunities to partner with West Grey on servicing extensions, including things like looping of services that may benefit the settlement of Durham as a whole. And that concludes our presentation for today, and we'd be happy to take any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. And I'm wondering if we could revert back to gallery view so that I would be able to see everyone. Randy and Randy Schwartzer, Kim Wingrove, thank you very much for the detailed presentation. And we're extremely excited about the prospects here, in the redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace for Durham, for West Grey, for Grey County. I think it's most exciting. I have 2 points of clarity, so I'll start off. And then I do see Councillor Hutchinson. So my first question is with regard to the slide deck that had the next steps. I'm wondering, are you able to at this point identify timeline, at least even in a broad sense, when SHS would have the finalized campus of care feasibility study and then the other preliminary studies that were referenced on that slide? Any comment, Randy or Kim, on that? Thank you.
For sure. We actually just received the other day a final draft version from SHS Consulting. So Kim and I will be reviewing that in the near future. And once that's finalized, of course, bringing that back to a future long-term care redevelopment committee, and then of course sharing with West Grey the final results of that study. So there was as I mentioned, a presentation that was provided, just providing the preliminary results of the phase 1 and 2 of that study that was presented to the long-term care redevelopment task force last month.
Yes.
And so we were hoping that would be finalized the end of June, and they did provide the final draft the end of June, and so we're just in the process of reviewing that as we speak.
Thank you very much. And another one, but just a quick clarity question. I wonder if you could just describe the process with regard to the lifting the H or lifting the holding provision that this council, West Grey Council, would be dealing with.
For sure. And I think just a bit of history with respect to this, the previous owner went through a process to go through an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw at that time. And as part of that process, there was, it didn't include what we call the South Street East extension lands. And so at that time, there was concerns about what that concept could look like if that South Street East extension did not occur in the future. So we, as part of the lands that the county acquired, we actually acquired the South Street East extension lands. That allows both the road to be extended on South Street East in the future, as well as any servicing that's required within the South Street East extension land. So that, I think, was part of one of the reasons why there was a hold that was put on at the time. So that kind of eliminates that one initial concern, I guess, in terms of what this concept could look like. It does require a concept to be presented to West Grey Council, which we presented a concept today in terms of what this could look like. We think that there's many options that are available to be able to develop these lands from both a servicing and infrastructure perspective. We have no doubt that we'll be able to develop the lands as not only for, of course, the redevelopment of long-term care home, but any future opportunities as well. So that's something that we'll be finalizing and presenting. It also requires the D6 land use compatibility study that's currently being finalized by SHS Consulting. And Laura Lee and I have had some preliminary discussions with respect to that. So we'll be working towards completing that, hopefully to the satisfaction of West Grey. And then those are the requirements essentially to lift the holding. And then, of course, having some further discussions with West Grey about moving forward with the site plan applications and of course, eventual building permit applications, which we're very excited about.
Thank you, and certainly we echo that sentiment. We're extremely excited for this initiative, most definitely. Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Thanks, Randy and Kim, for your presentation. Excited about things to come for Rockwood. Obviously, we have a commitment from the ministry in terms of funding. I'm just wondering if we expand that to Campus of Care, do we have to look at, is the county looking at more applications in order to get funding for that? Or how do you see that going in terms of the funding of this project, which is a little bigger than just Rockwood?
I'll take that. Thank you so much for the question, Councillor. First of all, this, whatever we end up with as a final concept and model to move forward will need to be phased. Obviously, the long-term care facility has to come first because it's the one with the immediate timeline. If we proceed with a model that's similar to what SHS has suggested, one thing needs to go away before a new thing can come and take its place. You're absolutely correct that there is not at this stage funding that we're aware of for certain aspects of that additional campus of care model. There may be some support for some of the affordable housing aspects of this, but that was part of what we asked SHS to undertake for us, was some sense of the business case. What are the operating costs? What's the operating revenue that could be anticipated? And so we have a start at that. And I think there needs to be, there's still some significant work that has to happen as we work through this. I think all of you around the table can appreciate, probably even in your own lives, how the costs of things have changed really quickly, and in some cases really significantly over the last year. So, we are a little bit facing something that's a bit of a moving target, and we know as well that programs and funding opportunities will continue to change and come forward, and we're paying a very close eye to that as well. So it's a long question, or a long answer to your question, Councillor Hutchison, which is basically to say we are aware of some limited funding opportunities that might help us with the affordable housing. SHS's work suggests to us that there may be a place where this could carry itself to some degree, but there's a tremendous amount of work that still needs to happen. And, working with the eventual architect and others to understand how construction costs and operating costs will shift over time is something that we need to get a better handle on.
Okay, good, thank you. So if I may, Mayor, just a couple other points here. So the 2025 deadline is really just for Rockwood Terrace. So the other parts of that wouldn't necessarily have to happen by that time, correct?
That's correct. Although, again, when you're looking at a construction project and efficiencies and disruption, like one of the things that we're really conscious of is when we bring the new residents into the new long-term care home, you want to give them the best quality of life that you can. So I don't want anybody to think that we're signing people up for ongoing construction and noise and all that sort of thing for a long time. So I think the architect might be able to help us to understand if we have a long-term vision, you need to go at least this far
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah,
You
I
agree,
agree.
Randy?
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You really have construction going on when people are living there for sure. But
Mhm.
so I'm excited to hear about the possibility of pairing up with the county in terms of sewer and water and infrastructure. We're actually dealing with that a little bit right now with our expansions of our couple developments. And we're looking at bringing in a consultant apparently next year to look at our long-term infrastructure. So I think that'd be a great opportunity for the county to get involved and see where we're going and what we can do and work together on that. So look forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for your presentation, Kim and Randy. It's great to catch up and see just exactly where things are. You know, I've got a good eye on it, trying to make sure I understand it all. I have a real interest in making sure we maintain our healthcare to the best level of care and standard as we can, and we're accomplishing that. So I see it continuing. As far as Rockwood goes, I see a changing landscape from the province as well in the requirements and potentially the operations. COVID has uncovered quite a bit, and I know that the hospitals have struggled, and I think some long-term care homes have. The good news is that it seemed the more private sector were the ones under scrutiny that had the larger issues. That doesn't mean that we didn't have any at all. My concern is, will we be seeing changing in legislation and requirements to such a degree that will affect your project to have to go back and redesign or re-architect some of this along the way? And kind of what kind of impact do you anticipate at that level?
Thanks for that question. A couple of things that we're aware of. Certainly part of our conversations with both SHS and with Colliers. These are both companies with a long history of working with the province, of working with things like Advantage Ontario, which works with all of the public and not-for-profit homes. So we're really hoping to maintain a strong, I guess, line of information and understanding about what's happening and what discussions are taking place, so that we have kind of a sense of where things are going. We've been consistently, when we've asked the question, we've been consistently told that the development standards that have been in place for a number of years are considered to be the minimum standards. There will be, I think it would be reasonable to expect that there will be some changes that come into play in the short term, having to do with ventilation systems and infection prevention and control mechanisms within the home. But many of these things maybe would have been considered best practice anyway, and they're just going to formalize them. I have heard very recently that the province is intending to bring forward a brand new Long-Term Care Act this fall as well. So if that comes to pass, there may be further changes. So we're in an interesting time, lots of moving parts, but I feel like we have good partners at the table with us, and we'll be in a place to be able to respond appropriately, I hope.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor?
Yes, I have one more question if you
Certainly.
bear with me. And that has to do with the medical support that the home requires, demands, if you will. And historically, that's been through a relationship with SBJC and the doctors. I'm assuming that will still continue, and they're looped into this project to a large extent. Can you confirm that, though, please?
Certainly, it's at this point in time our intention to continue with a system that's worked well for us in the past. I have never heard a reason to want to change from that. We've heard from our primary care physicians of their absolute interest in wanting to be part of the design, to have some input into that. And I see that as part of the work that the architects will be undertaking when they were talking to the staff, both the frontline staff, the management staff, and those that support the residents through that whole continuum, whether it's primary care, recreation, etc. The people that come into the home, we want to make sure that we have one chance to do this right, and we want to make sure that we take the best advantage of all of that input when we're developing the final model for what the home is going to look like.
Okay, so rephrasing that, I guess we're saying that the doctors in the clinic and the SPGAC are stakeholders to your project as well.
I think that's absolutely true. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate the work, and look forward to seeing the further development and completion of the projects.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hergert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director and CAO at the county, for the wholesome update. I really appreciate knowing the details of this. Regarding the SHS and the feasibility of campus of care, understanding that they have a preliminary through stage 2 draft to the county at this time, I would imagine we could expect to see that on a county council agenda later this fall. Is that accurate?
Randy, it'll come through the redevelopment committee, first of all, and then it will come to county council on its way through as the set of minutes from that group.
And are we expecting or anticipating a recommendation from the long-term care committee to the county?
I think normally they receive the information that's provided. They may ask questions of clarification or ask for other adjustments if they see something that they feel they'd like to have more attention paid to, and we'll respond accordingly to that.
So just finishing that out, I also know that the Simcoe County has a very good model of this campus of care that seems to be profitable. As described earlier, the certain parts of the continuum of care pay for the other parts that don't actually generate revenue. Are we going to be in competition with Grey Gables for a one campus throughout Southern Grey County campus of care?
I think that the two properties are quite different, and I think the vision for the two properties is quite different. We're not quite at the same phase yet with the Grey Gables work, so that is still to come. Again, SHS is the consultant that worked with Simcoe County, and they're working with Wellington County. So we have the benefit of that experience that SHS brings to the table. I think it's important to remember, though, that every place has its own characteristics. What's acceptable as a rent in parts of Simcoe County might not be the same thing that would be considered a market rent in Durham, for example. The costs of things, staffing, et cetera, are different everywhere. So we are feeling, I think, a lot of pressure to make sure that we do our due diligence and that the numbers that are in those reports are very reflective of the Grey County realities.
Just to clarify, though, the SHS feasibility of campus care would be looking at Rockwood Terrace as well as Grey Gables and trying to establish feasibility for both of them as a campus of care?
They're two separate projects, though. They are being looked at individually.
But they are both being discussed.
That's correct. But I think if you look at the two properties and what's available, certainly the question with Grey Gables is more about the highest and best use of an existing building, right? The existing
Sure.
Grey Gables building, which will be attached, as we understand it at this point, to the new long-term care build, which is a different situation than the one that we have in Durham, where you have a much larger footprint to work in.
And basically then we get Durham Rockwood Terrace would be a brand new building, where Grey Gables would be a retrofit or a renovation to a different starting point per se.
And perhaps serving a different need.
Wonderful. Okay, I thank you very much for the update from both of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and so good to see you both. I can't tell you how anticipated this has been from council and also from our community. And I know it's been a long time coming, and even longer felt through everything through COVID. And COVID's really highlighted how important these public long-term care facilities are. So I'm just so thankful to have you here and feeling very hopeful as well. And also just reflecting on how great this site is. So often a new long-term care center is often placed on the outsides and the outskirts of a community. And here we have the opportunity to have it within our community and be part of our community. And I think that's really important. So great to have you here. I just have 3 small thoughts to ask. One would be about community engagement in the process of will there be a time where there's a public meeting where you receive comments from the community, or just checking in about that? Thank you.
Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, so through obviously the site plan, the future site plan application opportunities, and as part of that work, excuse me, as well as through once the architect's been hired, we see there's definitely opportunities to engage further stakeholders. I think Councillor Townsend noted one key one, as well as other groups that we definitely need to connect with in terms of looking at the overall design, and West Grey Council and West Grey staff are obviously ones that we'll need to work with closely when we're moving forward with this project. So that's something that will be part of the kind of the next steps once we've hired that architect and going through the application processes is looking at those consultation opportunities for sure.
Wonderful. Thank you. And my second question would be the climate action plan that Grey County is going through, and having a climate lens, and how that might be placed as you're visioning this facility, and also perhaps the opportunity for green municipal funding and net zero building, perhaps. I'm just wondering if that's also something that you're looking into as a county.
Yeah, we've had initial meetings with Colliers International as just our kind of planning workshops, just initial meetings with Colliers, and that was one thing that we flagged for sure. Is we've got, of course, a draft climate change action plan. I'm happy to say that our climate change task force recently received that, and we're moving forward with the next phase on consultation with the public and local municipalities as part of the next step. So recognizing that it's still just draft, we want to make sure though that this is going to be, as I mentioned, a new major facility that's being constructed. So it's an opportunity for sure to apply a climate lens to at least be net zero ready. So that's something that we've identified and flagged for sure, because we want to make sure that it's as energy efficient as we can be, balancing that with obviously costs, because as Kim indicated, the costs seem to be increasing tremendously, but we definitely want to make sure that we're looking at it through a climate change lens, and like you said, looking for those funding opportunities that Kim indicated earlier, as well as from a climate change perspective, just to see if there's opportunities that way as well.
Wonderful. And just my last comment would be the location. It's such a great location. It's within our community. And I note how close it is to the school and the curling club, and just finding ways of bringing intergenerational populations together in shared community space. So whether it's pathways to the school or a shared park where an 8-year-old and 80-year-old can, work out together, or a shared pavilion, or perhaps I know our library, it's noted our library needs to expand to meet demand. Maybe there's an opportunity to have a library space where long-term care and public come together. I don't know, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I'm really looking forward to the creative process moving forward. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions of council. Again, Kim Wingrove, CIO for Grey County, and Randy Swertzer, the Director of Planning and Development for Grey County. We really appreciate the update on Rockwood Terrace, and we're mindful that 2025 is the date for development, and that having a enhanced, fully functioning long-term care community, a long-term care home, for residents of Grey County, Durham, and West Grey and beyond is certainly supportive, and certainly the project of Grey Gables is of importance too. So we look forward to coming back again with the updates. I certainly do enjoy my representation, both serving on the Grey County Long-Term Care Redevelopment Task Force and the Grey County Long-Term Care Committee of Management, and very much appreciate the update that's been provided to our West Grey Council. So thank you for coming. You're invited anytime, and we'll see you again. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Take care.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye now. All right, we're moving on to another interesting, we have very interesting delegations and presentations today. 4.3 delegation, Jennifer Stevens, who's the general manager of the Sauget Valley Conservation Authority. She is here to make a delegation with regard to the Durham Upper Dam Pedestrian Walkway. Good morning, Jennifer, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson, and to Council for the opportunity to speak to you today. Can you hear me clearly?
Sorry about the delay on my mute button. Yes, we certainly can, and thank you for checking with us on your audio.
Perfect. I am speaking to you from a car, so along County Road 3, so hopefully there is no connectivity problems. I am pleased to speak to you today about the Durham Upper Dam Public Safety Plan, the Pedestrian Walkway, and the structural review that we have currently completed at both the Upper Dam and the Durham Lower Dam. Next slide, please. So the walkway gates at the Durham Upper Dam have been closed permanently since the end of last camping season, which was October 31st, 2020, originally to prevent theft and vandalism at the Durham Conservation Area, but also for health and safety reasons. From a liability perspective, no public safety assessment had ever been developed for that particular dam. Therefore, it was unknown the extent to which there could be a potential health and safety issue at the Durham Upper Dam. As the owner and operator of the dam, it is Sauget Valley Conservation Authority's responsibility to ensure the safety of those who are close to the dam. And with that in mind, we pursued a discussion internally with our newly formed Water Resources Committee, and which has representation from the Municipality of West Grey. Both Mayor Robinson and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson both sit on that committee. And further, with discussions with our board of directors with regard to whether to pursue having a public safety assessment completed at the dam, which would identify any potential hazards which needed to be addressed. And if there were potential hazards to be addressed, then the point of the assessment would be then to complete a plan, a public safety plan, which would then identify how to address those hazards to make the dam indeed safe for everybody who would be in close proximity to that dam. So the public safety assessment was completed in mid-May. We moved immediately after seeing that there were hazards identified, and quite a number of them, in proximity to the dam, including the pedestrian walkway, to having a public safety plan completed. And the public safety plan identified a number of remedial actions that we could address, including a number of signage issues, as well as how we could address the pedestrian walkway and how we could put additional fencing in place at the dam. With that in mind, we had additional discussions with our Water Resources Committee, And we presented all of these options to the Water Resources Committee and the Board of Directors shortly thereafter. And we retained the approval to proceed with the fencing as well as the signage. Next slide, please. The fencing and the signage at the Durham Upper Dam. On the north side of the Durham Upper Dam, you could see on the right side picture, there is quite wobbly fencing that has now been completely replaced. If you are in the vicinity of the dam, we now have the appropriate fencing now put in place. We have poured cement and have regulation fencing that meets all the required standards in the building code and the bridge code for ensuring safety around dams. And on the north side, which is the fence, which you see in the picture on your left, actually has the steel fencing hasn't been put in place yet, but the concrete has been poured, and that wood fence will be replaced with steel fencing as well. And we've also ordered huge signage, which if you go past the dam, you will see that it's quite large, but it in fact meets the standards that are outlined in guidance that's been produced by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry in a guidance document that's been prepared for consistency across the province for dam operators and owners to ensure that signage is visible from a certain distance for people who could have sight problems or could be in a canoe or could be walking from a certain distance or from a certain angle. And the signage is consistent so that it is the same as what would be put into a dam in another place in Ontario. So it will be using the consistent use of red signage for danger, yellow for caution. So we will be bringing to the public's attention that that because the dam's presence, they will have to portage, that drowning is a potential problem, and also that of course, with danger signs to point to where the dam is or where people would be most vulnerable. And with that in mind, the signage will be placed on both sides of the dam, so it will meet the standards that have been put in place in the public safety plan. In addition to that, there will be a certain swimming buoy that will be put into the water that will be a step above what has been used historically, and that will meet also the standards that were recommended in the public safety plan, which are consistent also with the guidance produced by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to ensure that it can be seen from a certain distance above the water. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the Durham Upper Dam pedestrian walkway, the walkway itself has been in place for about 50 years without any kind of maintenance, and the walkway itself essentially has been used to support the flashboards that are used to put in the boards that hold back the water and the frazzle ice during the winter seasons or winter season. So with that in mind, we actually, there are a couple of matters with respect to the pedestrian walkway. From a safety standpoint, the railings that you could see the top picture on the left are actually, they are not high enough to meet the bridge code. So we are required to raise those railings, and the openings between those railings do not meet the bridge code standard. So we actually have to fill in the spaces between those gaps. So that's one of the issues. Also, the geometry of the bottom of the actual pedestrian walkway does not meet the standards of the regulations as well. So with that in mind, this is where there's some crossover to the second part of the presentation. But underneath the walkway, there is a steel joist that forms the base of the walkway, and that is capable of supporting staff to complete the work that we need to do to regulate the stop logs that control the water from the top of the walkway. However, there's considerable corrosion of the metal as well as deflection in the metal joist on the upstream side of the pedestrian walkway, because the way the dam is being used to control frazzle ice, it was never designed for that purpose. It was always designed for water control. And so instead of the dam being used for water coming at it, it's actually being used for frazzle ice that's requiring the dam to be moving laterally instead of forward, back and forth. And so we retained BM Ross to not only do, and associates to do not only our public safety assessment and our public safety plan, we also hired BM Ross and retained them to complete a structural review of the Upper Durham Dam as well as the Lower Durham Dam. We had BM Ross do the same assessment in 2015 and had planned to do the assessment on a 5-year rotational basis. So we're 1 year late from doing that assessment. And BM Ross has produced a report of the two assessments that were completed from a structural review standpoint. And in terms of their review, they have made some recommendations. Next slide, please. So in terms of the pedestrian walkway, once we discussed with our Water Resources Committee, it was recommended that we wanted to move immediately to make the pedestrian walkway available to the public. Beginning in January of this year, both West Grey as well as SVCA received numerous pieces of correspondence from members of the public speaking to the inconvenience of not being able to access Durham Conservation Area from the town of Durham because of not being able to traverse the pedestrian walkway. We recognize, particularly in the age of COVID, that people want to be able to walk around and be able to access the outdoors. And we completely understand that, and we want to encourage that, but we certainly couldn't do that knowingly or with the knowledge that it was very likely that the dam did not meet certain standards as outlined in the guidance document from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So in February, when the Water Resources Committee and the Board of Directors met, it was decided that the pedestrian walkway gates would remain closed until the public safety assessment and the plan would be completed. And we've moved very quickly to be able to complete those two assessments or two documents. But now is the time to be able to get to the point where we're able to open that pedestrian walkway. So with that in mind, we presented in June to the Water Resources Committee and to the Board of Directors 3 different options. And those options for the pedestrian walkway were, number 1, that we would essentially, because we have staff who are able to weld, that we would essentially do all of the fencing and the replacement of the rails and replacement of all of the parts of the pedestrian walkway that are currently not at code, and bring it up to code as quickly as possible, meeting so that it would meet the standards of the code at a cost of approximately $15,000. The second option, just for your awareness, was that we would replace the entire walkway itself, which would likely be at a cost of approximately $50,000. And that would require potentially some engineering support, which would probably lengthen the ability for us to replace, or lengthen the process for us to replace that pedestrian walkway. And the third option was to look into actually creating a whole new bridge for the purposes of crossing from the town of Durham into the community, into Durham Conservation Area, pardon me. So it was determined that the best case scenario would be to proceed with the short-term repair solution, as it would allow us to get the pedestrian walkway in compliance with the regulations by mid August, and my staff have been working diligently on getting all of the welding done now, since actually the Board of Directors meeting in June. So that cost is $15,000. Now, because it is on a structure that is jointly benefiting both the municipality as well as the Conservation Authority, and because the way the funding structure is set up with the Conservation Authority, when we look at how we fund such capital projects, it is typical that the funding is supported 50% by the municipality and 50% by the Conservation Authority. So with that in mind, it would be a 50-50 split between the municipality of West Grey and 50% from Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we've also through the Board of Directors received the direction that staff are to look into a longer term option for a pedestrian walkway that could be implemented in 2026. And we could look at capital fundraising, that working collaboratively with the community of Durham and the Municipality of West Grey, to look at perhaps a bridge that would cross over between the town of Durham and the conservation area in a more appealing spot, that would of course be an opportunity for the community to get involved in creating an even more appealing walkway. So that is something that staff will be moving forward to do in the next year or so. Next slide, please. Now, the second part of this report refers to the structural review of the Durham Upper Dam. Now, the structural review that was completed was also of the Durham Lower Dam, which I'll be speaking to only at the last slide, because of the structural review of the Durham Upper Dam is much more elaborate. You'll see here the walkway and on the left, and on the right, you could see the snow and the fragile ice potential to come up against directly against the walkway and of the dam. Next slide, please. So a couple of things that were pointed out in the structural review of the Upper Durham Dam is the concrete components are showing considerable wear and tear as a result of age, as well as controlling the fragile ice. In 2015, when the BM Ross and Associates completed their structural review, they identified approximately $140,000 worth of repairs to both the Upper and Lower Durham Dam, in terms of really what is documented on the second last slide of this presentation. But none of those repairs really were done, with the exception of $7,000 worth of really some Band-Aid concrete work, which was done last summer. I think you all recall the inconvenience of having a couple of the dams out or in and out at inconvenient times, because we were doing that concrete work. But none of the large scale work has actually been done. So only superficial areas have been treated. And as you can see from the pictures, particularly the one on the right, there's some considerable concrete damage that has been done that really needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. And on this slide, you could actually see how the concrete has started to be eaten away on the northeast wing wall of the Durham Upper Dam. And with the concrete being starting to deteriorate, that starts to take away from its stability. Now, at this point in time, the BM Ross and Associates have indicated the stability of the dam is still intact. It is not a concern right now. However, it can move forward to be a concern in the coming years. So certainly our assessment is to, and
Jennifer, excuse me, Jennifer, I think we've lost connection with you. Let's just wait a moment, so see if you're able to reconnect. Thank you. One moment, everyone. Staff, are we aware, is Jennifer Stephen trying to connect back? I wonder if you could just let us know, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. If I may, it appears as though we have lost Jennifer from the meeting. So I will just wait a moment to see if she's trying to connect back in. I know at the beginning of her presentation, she had mentioned, I believe she was traveling in a vehicle, so
Yes.
she may have gone through a low connectivity zone.
Okay, one moment, everyone, and thank you for your patience.
Hello?
Hi, Jennifer. Jennifer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, and thank you for being resourceful. And if you would continue on, it would
Yes.
be most appreciated. I'm just going to have to tell you the slide that was appearing. I wonder if you could take it from that point. That was the concrete components at the Durham and Upper Dam. Thank you.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So you could actually see that at the northeast, the concrete components
Jennifer, I hope you could hear me. We're still
at
just now experiencing
the
some
Durham up
difficulty.
are certainly of the dam and of the lower. You're still having difficulty hearing me?
We were, but I think it's improved itself, and I do apologize for the interruption.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll proceed very quickly. I had absolutely no problems earlier when I was listening to the other presentations. Okay. So the stability of the dams are absolutely fine right now, but of course, 5 years from now, we are unsure what the stability will be. So we want to plan accordingly. Next slide, please. So in this particular photograph, you could actually see the how the ice and water are pushing against the uprights and the water and ice control boards. These are held in place by the metal joists on the walkway, and this pressure needs to be moved and translated to the concrete piers. And BM Ross has suggested placing a steel H-beam along the top of the concrete piers that would then translate the stress and the force from the ice and the water to the H-beam and then to the concrete piers. And that is likely to assist in the longevity of the dam, as opposed to just continuing on with the concrete continuing to get the pressure of the ice against the dam, recognizing that the dam was never meant to control fragile ice. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, there was this particular recommendation and motion was passed by our board of directors at their last meeting, that we recognize that the Durham Upper Dam is integral to the mitigation of flooding due to fragile ice, particularly in the town of Durham. And the dam increases the quality of life and is a recognized asset to members of the community. And the Municipality of West Grey is the benefiting municipality, and all costs are to be shared with Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority at a ratio of 50-50. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to recommend to the full authority that an H-beam be installed into the Durham Upper Dam at a cost of $40,000 by fall 2021, and that $20,000 would come from SVCA. Next slide, please. And that the remaining amount of funding would come from the Municipality of West Grey. We will also move forward to, for staff to look into quotations for a cost benefit analysis to look at continued use of the dam in fragile ice and flood control. And we're also going to pursue seeking quotations for a feasibility study to complete upstream structural work, which would look at in-stream control weirs, which would help control fragile ice. And that if rather taking a step back, there is a water erosion control infrastructure fund that conservation authorities and municipalities can apply to on an annual basis. So we would pursue applying for funding on an annual basis beginning in 2022 and through 2025 for funding for this work at both the Durham upper and lower dams. And that if we do not get funding between 2022 and 2025, then by 2026, that both Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and the Municipality of West Grey would pursue completing the concrete repairs that are necessary at both dams. And my last slide, please, Cody, speaks to a summary of what I'm bringing forward today. Is that we have moved forward with the repair of the pedestrian walkway with the intent on having it complete in the next month, 5-6 weeks. And in fall 2021, we intend to purchase and install an H-beam at the Durham Upper Dam to ensure the longevity of the dam. And then we would be looking at almost $108,000 from the Municipality of West Grey. And of course, an equal amount from Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority to complete concrete work at the two dams so that we can ensure the protection of the town of Durham and ensure that we are protecting the assets of both of those dams. And lastly, we would look to collaboration in the implementation of a communication strategy, as we hope to also develop educational materials for residents that are making use of the dam and visitors that are making use of the dams so that they understand the importance of safety around dams. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I apologize for the issues with respect to connectivity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jennifer Stevens, General Manager of SVCA, and it was a most detailed presentation and most timely. And by the way, you're very resourceful in getting back to the council meeting with the loss of that connectivity. So we thank you very much. Just for clarity, it's 7,500 request for from this council, and also the 20,000 from this council. The almost 108,000, that's for future budget and within a projection time of a 5-year period. I wonder if you could just enhance that response, please.
Yes, certainly. Certainly our goal is to, as discussed with our Water Resources Committee and our board of directors, it is our intent to complete the concrete repairs that were recommended in 2015 and again in 2021 by 2026. So that we would be able to ensure that the assets are both protected and enhanced, because the price has gone up from 2015 to 2021 in the amount of between $45,000 and $50,000. So every time we prolong waiting to do the work, it will increase even more. So with that in mind, and with the identification that the stability of the dams are currently fine, but the concrete that supports the dams really is where the stability comes from. And once the concrete loses certain integrity, then the stability will start to decline, in which case then the dam is really compromised.
Well, thank you very much, Jennifer, and I do appreciate the due diligence of SVCA staff and the Water Resources Committee and the Board of Directors at SVCA. Issues arose at 2015. They were brought forward 2020 for the committee and then the board to address. So the due diligence is before us in terms of addressing and protecting the assets of the dam, but also the walkway, which is so meaningful to all of our Durham residents, our West Grey residents, and all visitors of SVCA that have the opportunity to look at the dam, walk over the walkway. I know I'm talking about two important aspects of recreation, but we certainly had citizens that were most enthusiastic and supporting that the walkway be returned to being an open asset for the pleasure of walking over the dam. And I feel that the matter was addressed rather swiftly. And I think it's very important that you brought this forward at this time, Jennifer Stevens, to our council. Thank you very much. And with that, we do have a couple members of council that wish to have some inquiry, beginning with Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess the first and immediate question is, what's the estimated time that residents will be able to access that area and cross the pedestrian walkway? If the director could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Jennifer Stevens.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, it is our intent to have the pedestrian walkway available for use in mid-August.
Anything further, Councillor?
Yeah, my second one is, it sounds like the bridges that we don't own, but yet have a financial responsibility, should be in our asset management plan. And I'm wondering if they are in our asset management plan, and whether or not the plan can reflect this particular information so that it will aid us in our future budgeting activities as we go forward over the next 4 or 5 years.
Interesting. And I would suggest that we've got our CAO that is on this call, and also our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. So I would take that under advisement, and that can be addressed at a future time when we are dealing with asset management. I think that's a very good point that you brought forward, Councillor Townsend. Anything further at this point?
A third comment has to do with the fact that the upper dam is presenting some problems. Does it have any impact on the middle dam and the operation there? And I'm not sure who's appropriate to answer that, but
Jennifer Stevens. Sure, it's Jennifer's presentation, so we'll focus on that. Thank you. Please go ahead, Jennifer Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Through you. Yes, the middle dam is actually owned by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. However, it is operated by the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. So we have full operation of the 3 dams, and we coordinate the operation of those 3 dams quite well. And we have staff that are at those 3 dams several times a day, particularly when it's a rainy day. So in terms of operations at the middle dam, definitely when there is something going on at the upper dam, quite conceivably there could be some impact on the middle dam. And because we operate it as well, our technicians would make alterations to its operation, and such that it is moving water appropriately through its windows, such that we are able to maintain the appropriate level of water.
Anything further, Councillor?
Just to say that hopefully the communication plan that's put together between the municipality and SVCA will actually account for that, because I know the middle dam is used significantly by residents, particularly on hot, warm days. So just want to make sure that got covered. Thank you. That was all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Did you have any comment to that, Jennifer Stevens?
I did, Mayor Robinson. Actually, the middle dam is actually blocked off from access by members of the public. We had considerable issues, both the town, or rather the Municipality of West Grey, in discussions with SVCA. We had terrible issues last summer with people jumping from the middle dam, and after discussions with the Ministry of Natural Resources, they were uncomfortable leaving the dam open. So they, after discussions with Vance and my staff, we encouraged a joint decision of fencing off the dam permanently, so that nobody could be jumping from it, because we were having the West Grey police involved in trying to enforce the no trespassing, and unfortunately it just became a chaotic situation, and but far too demanding, because people were just not abiding by the rules. So for safety purposes, it was decided that the dam would be fenced off, and is currently fenced off.
Thank you. Moving on then, or did you have one supplement? I'm just looking at the 5-minute timeline, but anything quickly, Councillor?
Yes, just so it's clear, people are still climbing and jumping. That's why I asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Councillor Hutchinson, thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. Yeah, my concern was the timeline, and I see you had mentioned mid-August previously. I'm glad to see that we're doing it in-house, because that was my concern, is how long it's going to take to get a contractor on board and the work done. So I'm glad that we're doing it in-house, and I would be supportive of the $7,500 for West Grey to help get this thing open. And obviously, you know, we do need to do some work, so we should support that. And it is a valuable asset. There is a lot of use of that upper dam for people from the area and people from outside the area. So anything we do to help with safety is great, but let's get it open. So I'd be in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Glad to see that, pardon me, just 1 second. Sorry. Glad to see that it's likely to be open in mid-August, Jennifer. Thank you for your report and this optimistic news. Does the installation of the H-beam in the fall of this year mean that we will also be able to be open in the wintertime?
Please go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, through you. In terms of the walkway being open, absolutely. Once we make the revisions to the walkway to ensure that we are meeting the safety standards as outlined in the bridge code and in the building code, I am confident that we will have an interim solution until such time as we have something long-term, which I'm hoping would be in 5 years or so, when we have adequate time to prepare for that. And so certainly the H-beam itself is really to help with the longevity of the dam. Really right now and for several years, the dam has been put in a position where it's been operating to do a task that it hasn't been designed for. And because of that, that's increased the wear and tear on the actual concrete. So I'm trying to, and with the support of my staff and in consultation with the engineers that we've been working with, I'm trying to look at solutions that will give us time to build up our funding envelope so that we're able to actually plan accordingly to put aside money, as opposed to just having to invest $100,000 all of a sudden, because nobody has that kind of money. So this investment will allow us to take the pressure off of the structure itself, so that the bulk of the stress is going to be resting on the H-beam itself. And so that when the frazzle ice comes at the dam, it will be the H-beam itself that will be taking the pressure, not the concrete.
Oh, okay, that's terrific news. I know the cross-country skiers are going to be very excited about being able to regain access in the winter. So thank you very much for that information.
Not a problem.
And thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Hergert now, please.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. I do have a question about budget just for West Grey. How much would we have put aside this year for water projects on our dam, one of our dams? How much do we have in a reserve for this type of?
Director Maiton?
Our current reserve balance for flood control structure is just over $42,000.
Okay, wonderful. So that seems like we can possibly use from that reserve, Carrie, Ms. Maiton?
It is a discretionary reserve at council's decision. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And is this, to a point that was made earlier, is this something that we consider in asset management when we obviously have expenses to maintain assets, but we don't necessarily note them every year as to the whole of the assets that we do cover off? Is this included in our asset management?
No, they are not our assets. We have an agreement that we contribute funding to it, but they are Saugeen Valley assets.
Okay, thank you. Just noting our financial responsibility to these. Also, I do have a question for the Water Resource Committee, as less specific to the Durham Dam. I'm obviously supportive of making these small investments to get large impact out of reopening these structures. But to the Water Resource Committee, as it is a new committee of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, will this assessment of dams be throughout all of the watershed? When could we anticipate Newstat Dam being reviewed and having a similar assessment to the Durham dams?
Jennifer Stevens, would you mind just identifying the terms of reference for our Water Resources Committee at SVCA? I think that will address the inquiry. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, so the completion of the public safety assessments are really only for dams, and Newstead is not a dam. Certainly we actually own and operate only 3 dams, and so the second dam will be the lower Durham Dam, which I am hoping to have included. Of course, we haven't started our budget negotiations. That's next week. But in terms of plans for next year, like we've already purchased or already quoted out the signage that we'll need for the lower Durham Dam, and pending our budget that we have for this year, we might even move forward with getting the signage out for the lower Durham Dam. And certainly with respect to the walkway there might be some challenges as well. So we really have a lot of catch up to do. So certainly for public safety plans and or assessments and plans, there will be one done for every one of SVCA's structures that we own. There are 3 that we own and operate, and so the next one in line will definitely be the lower. I'm hopeful that we will also do the Walkerton Dam, which would be next year as well. So that will be the two. Now, in terms of our other structures that we own, because we do own quite a bit of erosion control structures, which would include the Newstead structure. We'll be looking at other types of arrangements that we have for the purposes of ensuring that they meet certain standards. However, insofar as the Newstead structure is concerned, we did apply for water and erosion control infrastructure funding for this calendar year for that structure. We did not, or we were not successful in getting that funding. However, both West Grey as well as SVCA planned accordingly for ensuring that there was sufficient budget in both of our, or sufficient funds in both of our budgets to allow for, if we did not get sufficient funding from the Water and Erosion Control Infrastructure Fund, to move forward with that, with the necessary repairs at the Newstead Gabion Basket project, Gabion Basket structure. And so we are moving forward with those repairs, I believe, in August.
Well, thank you very much for that update as well. I hadn't heard that yet, so that's wonderful. And I applaud the efforts of Saugeen Valley as well as West Grey staff to work on that WECI funding. So that just brings a little more provincial money into our community to get some of these projects done. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jennifer, before I go to Councillor Hamilton, I just want to be very clear. You're looking for $7,500 immediate to repair the pedestrian walkway. Also $2,000 for the fall of 2021 to purchase and install the H-beam at the Durham Upper Dam. So that effectively is at for consideration for council now. And then the almost $108,000 that is for 2022 budget consideration, and as we advance into other budget deliberation years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want the clarity for members of council so that at the end of this presentation, if there's action or a motion, that we're aware of everything. Councillor Hamilton, thank you for the latitude of having that clarity before I called upon you. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. That was my next question, was process. And so a question to our staff, would this be coming back to council in the staff report or a bylaw, or if staff could just help council see how we move this action forward? Thank you.
Great question. Will this be for, I'm going to suggest our CAO, Laura Johnston, in terms of, are we looking for a report so that this can be assessed and brought forward at the August meeting for consideration, and also the funding, like the budget line that it will be addressed? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the question, that would be my preference, is that staff have the opportunity to report back on options to meet this request, if that's what council would be supportive of.
Thank you. And it was very important that after the Water Resources Committee and the SVCA Board of Directors had dealt with this, to put it on the most immediate council meeting for West Grey for consideration. You still have the floor, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And so if a motion is required, I would move that staff report back to council with recommendations from this delegation. Thank you.
Thank you. And as our clerk is wordsmithing your finely worded motion, I'd be looking for a seconder for that motion. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Clerk Charbeck, at your convenience, could you please read back the motion?
Hi, it's Tanya.
Oh, hello, Tanya. Please go ahead.
Clerk Charbeck has just left the office for a moment.
Oh, okay.
I'll see what I can do here to come up with something.
Thank you very much, Legislative Coordinator Tanya Patterson.
a staff report to review options for the request.
And who moved it?
Councillor Hamilton.
Okay.
And Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. So
So through you, Your Worship, are you looking for a motion to bring back a staff report to review and comment on the options presented by Ms. Stevens today?
Yes, I believe that's correct, but I go to the mover of the motion for that. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. And as the seconder, Deputy Mayor, thank you. So that is correct. And just be looking for your language on that to read back. And then I will ask members if they have any questions with regard to the motion and then call the vote on that particular motion.
That council hereby directs that staff bring back a report to review the options presented by Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, Jennifer Stevens, for the Upper Dam.
Again, Councillor Hamilton, okay with the language? Deputy Mayor, thank you. Any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Herger.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So my concern with the motion is this going to affect our timeline, given that we're looking at mid-August, and it sounded like maybe staff had already started working on the Upper Dam. Is maybe we can ask Jennifer if this is going to be contingent. Are we going to wait till our next meeting in August before we decide whether we're going to put the 7,500 up, which mean in turns everything gets slowed down if they're not going to go ahead with the project. So I'd like to know, is this going to affect our timing?
Jennifer Stevens, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, to council, you'll be pleased to know that I've already ordered the steel. I assumed that the Municipality of West Grey would be in support of getting this walkway up and operational, and I took a chance, and we moved forward. And if I know that this particular that everybody's in support of the, I guess, the in principle of the motion, that reassures me, and I'm fine with waiting until August for something formal, but knowing that there is support is quite good. But we couldn't wait until, just because the steel takes tremendous time to come, we needed to place the order as soon as possible. So we have placed the order, and otherwise our timeline would have been delayed. So we are moving forward independent of confirmation of the $7,500 from the municipality.
Thank you, Jennifer Stevens. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, well, that was my concern. So I'm pleased to see that we're going to go forward regardless, but hopefully our council will be supportive of 7,500, and the rest we can talk about later. Thank you.
Councillor Herger.
Yes, I would like to move a different motion, and the staff can help me with that as well. I think we've just had a wholesome report about the needs in our community. We have an opportunity to use the discretionary flood control money as presented by our Director of Finance. I believe we are all in support of this, to the point that I don't believe we should delay in a decision of council. And because of our timeline for having council meetings, our next council meeting is until August. Let's go ahead and finish this item of business, please.
Your motion, please. Your amending motion, if you have one.
I would move that that council's in support of the $7,500 and the $20,000 for the H-beam. And I would used from the discretionary flood control reserve funds.
Thank you. And as our clerk and legislative coordinator are wordsmithing. I'm looking for a seconder for that motion. Councillor Townsend, would you be seconding the amending motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I would support that.
Clerk Scharbeck, please. Thank you very much, Councillor Townsend. Clerk Scharbeck.
Through your worship, I'm not sure that's an amending motion. It's
Okay,
quite
please
different
tell me.
than the original motion.
Okay.
It might be best to deal with the original motion.
Okay.
And then have a follow-up motion.
Fair enough. Thank you
just
for that.
Bringing back a report on the options is quite different. I'm not sure how the mover and seconder of the original motion perceive that change.
Okay, so we're dealing with two separate motions. We have the original motion at hand, and thank you. So Clerk Scharbeck, we are dealing with the first motion, which is to bring a staff report back. That is what we'll be dealing with, and depending on how that's addressed, we do have the second motion. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. And so I want to be clear to our general manager that I'm very supportive of the walkway, but I'm also supportive of a process that enables our staff the time to comment. And I did ask staff for what the next steps would be, and they suggested a report would be suitable. So it's not typical that we make decisions, particularly ones that commit funds following a delegation. We often seek the expertise of our staff as well. And while I'm confident we'll have a report that's very supportive, I do think taking the time for that report is important. And as the manager has indicated, there's no hurry. The project's moving forward. So I stand by this motion. I think it's a good, transparent process. Thank you.
Thank you. And you were the mover of that initial motion, the main motion. Thank you. And as the seconder of the main motion, Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I echo exactly what Councillor Hamilton just said. And I think when you did ask the CAO Laura Johnson, did respond that she would like to have some time to prepare a report, and that's why I seconded the motion, and I will stand with that seconder. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're dealing with the main motion at hand. Is there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will ask Clerk Scharbeck to read the motion again, and then I will call the vote.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, the council hereby directs staff to bring back a report with to review the options presented by Jennifer Stevens of Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority for the upper dam.
Thank you. I see no further hands. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All those opposed? The motion is carried 5-2. And with that, to Jennifer Stevens, thank you very much for your delegation. You're certainly providing the detail to our West Grey Council, and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Members of council, we do have another delegation, and it's dealing with, it's Larry White, who's a resident of Concession 2, WGR, it's Lance Bridge. And this is dealing with, the Lance Bridge and road improvement safety concerns. I'm wondering, and I will ask the gentleman, we've been seen since 9 o'clock, and I'm wondering if you're interested at all in a break at this time. So I'm just gonna check with Larry White. Thank you for coming on video. Would you mind if we did take that break before your presentation? I just want to be very courteous of your time. Thank you.
In fact, I was going to suggest that because it's
wonderful.
Been quite a while for sitting. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. So, council members, we're looking at. Are you looking at a 15-minute break, which would take us to 11:15? Is that what you're looking for? I'm seeing nods on that. Thank you. So we'll be back at 11:15 sharp, and thank you, everyone. It's been a most enjoyable morning. Please take your audio and video off. Well, hello, everyone. It is 11:15. I'm just now calling our meeting back to order. I'm just double checking here to see that we have all members of council present. And I'm looking for Councillor Hergert. Okay. All right, we have all members of council back and we have staff here. So I'm calling our meeting back to order. We are now dealing with 4.4 delegation, Larry White, resident, concession 2, WGR, Lance Bridge, road improvements, safety concerns. Hello and welcome, Larry White. Your presentation, please.
Oh, hello there. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors for this. Now, I was actually going to share my screen if that's possible.
Well, I think we've got your presentation on screen already.
Okay.
Can I just have that confirmed by staff? I see the title page at least.
Yeah, it's on there. So
Very good.
I'm gonna be jumping around a little bit. So
good.
So, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, okay. So as long as we can go from slide to slide in the order I've got, that's good. So of course, the motivation for the delegation today is the Lance Street or the Lance Bridge replacement, concession 2 WGR, and the resulting increased traffic and the safety concerns that go along with that. So I want to talk about that a little bit, and then also a little bit about the need for a council-hosted general public meeting on these issues that are arising from this bridge replacement. So first thing I'll just talk about, so the replacement bridge will result in increased traffic. And just see, the old bridge is 1 lane, and now we're going to a 2-lane bridge, just to make sure everybody's aware of that fact. So of course, that's going to lead to an increase in traffic, and then of course, safety issues. So, and I was just looking in the notice of study completion, and there's no weight restriction. So I think there's 2 ways to take that, and I'm not sure which way to take it. Either any weight at all, any size truck at all, be it a fully loaded cement truck or a fully loaded tractor trailer, can use that bridge, or there hasn't been a weight restriction determined yet for the bridge. So that's something for further discussion. I'm just throwing that out there. And I was looking on the site regarding traffic calming policy, and I wasn't able to find one, but I did see there's a traffic safety working group. And I'm just wondering, again, this is rhetorical at this point, if the traffic safety working group has done any analysis on the possible or potential increased traffic now that we'll have this 2-lane bridge. So that's the first thing. So I wanted to just a couple of spots on the route between, and we're particularly interested in the stretch of concession 2 between Side Road 15 and County Road 4. So I wanted to first talk about the increased traffic that'll be turning left from Highway 4 onto concession 2 WGR. They'll be turning north, and this will increase the risk of accidents at an already dangerous intersection. So if you could, if I could have slide agenda page 44, please. That would be slide 7. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much. So you can see we've got a couple of things here, right? It's unsafe. We've got a curve on one side of the concession. We've got a hill on the other. And I know from personal experience, turning onto the concession from Highway 4, coming back from Hanover, for example, there's been a few times I thought, oh my, I think I'm going to get clipped. So we're hoping, now I know that's more of a county issue, right? But we'd be looking for a left turn lane there. So to make it safer at that intersection. So that's one spot. Now the other spot, there are more, but I'm just focusing on two. The others we could focus on at a general public meeting. So we have what we call the S Hill at Robson Road. And I'm not sure if everybody on council has driven this part of concession 2. If you haven't, I certainly invite you to do that. So, and you'll see exactly what the risks are at what we call the S Hill. So it's dangerous, and of course the risk of an accident will increase with increased traffic, particularly if we have an increase in larger vehicles, such as transport trucks. Because what we feel is going to happen, this part of the concession between Side Road 18 and County Road 4 is going to become the Durham Bypass. So any transport trucks, for example, transport trucks driving from Owen Sound to Hanover, Walmart trucks, for example, it's possible that they will use that road. So we're looking at, okay, what happens if we have two large vehicles, like two transport trucks or a transport truck and a school bus meeting on those curves at the same time? So you have to cut into the other lane for these large vehicles. So that's going to be an issue. And if you could just go back one slide, please, to slide 6. Great, thank you very much. So here, here's some of the issues with the Robson Hill S-curve as we can see here. Now, issue number 2, steep slope with no guardrails. I noticed on PDF page 109 of today's agenda that a guardrail has been proposed to council by the Infrastructure and Public Works Department, aka Vance. So that indicates to me that we need some pretty strong traffic calming measures on these hills, because a guardrail to me is like a fire extinguisher. You have to have it, but you never want to have to use it. So it's great to see that proposal. So if we can just move forward with that and take some other measures as well, that would be great. Now I have one picture I need to share with you, if I can do that. May I do that?
Yes, let's have that coordinated with staff, certainly.
Okay, so I'll just hit share.
Let's try that.
Oh, it's disabled. Yeah. Dang.
Well, let me just inquire, is there an opportunity to share the slide? Clerk Sharpak, please.
Certainly, I can put
Through
it up
you,
on.
Worship, the presentation that was provided and is in the council package is being shared by staff, and we're not able to have anybody outside share their screens unless they're hosting the meeting. So only the host can share a screen, and that's why the full presentation needs to be included in the council package.
I
So
didn't
it could
know
be
that.
shared by email after the fact, but we're not able to share screens right now, unfortunately.
Okay, well, thank you, Clerk Sharpak. And Larry White, thank you for the inquiry. So we have a response to that. Please continue on your delegation.
All right, and I'll make sure to send that picture along then, and with a bit of a description as well. So now we have a couple of people from our delegation that would just like to add a couple of comments with regards to safety issues.
Okay, that's fine. We recognize that this was your delegation, Larry White, but if I just want to know a little more. Who else is presenting your
Oh,
delegation.
just, yeah, I was told you could, if you wanted to make comments during the presentation, all you had to do was make a request into the comments box to Cody.
Oh, okay. So that will, what you're speaking of, we'll address that later.
Okay.
That will take place under item 6 comment period. But
Okay.
for now, we're just dealing with your presentation.
All right.
And please keep in mind, it's your delegation,
Sure.
and we are listening.
Okay,
So
good, good,
please
yeah.
continue.
Okay, all right. So those are sort of a couple of safety issues in key stretches of concession 2, particularly, as I mentioned, Highway 4, and then the S Hill at Robson Road. So then with regards to general public meeting, which we would like to have sooner rather than later, local residents need the opportunity to discuss their concerns as well as possible solutions that the bridge is presenting. So if I could have slides 3 and 4, please. Okay, so yeah, so here they are here. I'm not going to read through them because everybody I hope has read through them already, but you can see our requests. You can see why we're making these requests. If I could just have slide 4, please. Thank you very much. So these are just some suggested, well, actual agenda items, and these can be added to. So you can have a look at these as well. Most of them are for mitigation strategies to reduce accidents. So, and then a couple of other agenda items, the completion date for the replacement bridge and the paving. So, so 3 more points that I've got here. So from all the people I've talked to in our area here, everybody has positive input to share regarding the traffic and road safety issues, because many of us have been here for a long time, so we know the road quite well. And we would like to work with the council and the Infrastructure and Public Works Department cooperatively and in a timely and transparent manner. Because with regards to the bridge, there seemed to be little opportunity for local resident input throughout the process related to the replacement of the bridge and the resulting traffic issues. So, yeah, so I would like to know, like, where would we go from here?
Okay. Is that your presentation now, Larry White?
Yep.
Great.
That's, yeah, that's that'll be it.
Well, thank you. And I want to say
You're
thank you very much for preparing the information so that it is included in the agenda. And I acknowledge that you were going to send the other slide or a picture that you would like added to our clerk, so that will be distributed. Thank you very much. I can tell you that that our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works is preparing a report for the August agenda, but I would have that confirmed by staff to ensure that is still the case, and of which this most important information could be factored into that. But I say that, and I now am just going to ask members of council if there are any questions with regard to your presentation in terms of clarification. Again, Larry White, thank you for coming forward to council and presenting on this important matter. Starting with, very good. I do see Councillor Shea and then Councillor Townsend. Please go ahead, Councillor Shea.
Hello, Mr. White. Good to see you.
Oh, Mr. Shea.
I want to thank you for your presentation, and also the way that you concluded it, saying that you and the members of that community are eager to work in tandem with and in cooperation with the municipality. I think that's really the attitude that should be able to get things done. I think you've made some really good recommendations around specifics, and I think that your request for further meeting is appealing to me, and I will commit to meeting with you individually. But I'm not sure if all of council will be able to. We have some procedural issues which get in the way of us meeting all as a group outside of a meeting. So I'd like to see this conversation carried forward, and I'll do whatever I can to help support that conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you, Mr. Waite, thank you very much for your presentation. I agree with Councillor Shea's comments. I do live on the south part of Concession 2 WGR, so I do drive, or did drive up the other section to go to the northern part. A little more difficult. You go around it now as the bridge is closed. If you read all the reports that have been out, and I'm pretty sure most of the group on Concession 2 have, you'll see that there is a reason for expanding it into 2 lanes to do with traffic and et cetera. And our consultant has pointed that out. There is an intent to have public meetings. Again, so far all that's happened is the environmental assessment is coming to a close, if my understanding of all the reports is correct. But there is still the next steps. The design and et cetera. So there is still opportunities that I believe are available to you. And I wanted to make sure that that was clear. And I would like that confirmed by our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. And I do see that Mr. Zawinski is online. So to you, Madam Mayor, if Mr. Zawinski could comment on that, I would like that opportunity. Just before we go to him, my last comment is that you're absolutely right with the Concession 2 and 4 and the Robson Hill. And it was even worse with the condition of the road. I'm hoping with the change in road, that will make it less so because it's a more reliable road, if you will, and it doesn't shift beneath you like it did before. But I'm sure the director will have many more comments if we get into that level of detail. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. And I will take the question of clarity in terms of if the report is coming forward in August and that type of information. But please keep in mind, this is the delegation. So our questions are focused on the delegation. And then when we have a report, should that be the next step, which I would suggest it should be, that's when we drill down into any additional questions during that time. But Director Szawinski, to Councillor Townsend's inquiry, as well as myself, is there a report coming in the August meeting?
Through your worship, thank you for the question and for clarifying that. By all means, if that's the will of council, I can have a report come to council for August the 3rd to address the safety issues that were brought up in this meeting, and I can undertake that.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Townsend. So I'm going to suggest that if that's the case, perhaps a motion to that effect, requesting a staff report come forward, but I leave it up to you and the balance of council for that. Councillor Townsend, you still have the floor.
Yes, I would definitely like to move a motion to that, that we do have a report from Director of Infrastructure and Public Works on the Lance Bridge replacement and auxiliary action, including the interaction with the public and the residents of the area, the plans for that, sorry.
And also the information that was submitted today on the council agenda from Larry White?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
As that is being wordsmithed, I go to my question of who will second that? And is that Councillor Hergert?
Yes, could I just have it clarified that the safety recommendations that Mr. Larry White has brought forward would be incorporated into that report? That would be the specifics of that report?
Yes, and that's what I was inquiring of Councillor Townsend, whether the information that our delegation, Larry White, has brought forward would be interwoven or included in the report coming from staff. And that's what Councillor Townsend has confirmed he would put forward in the motion, and you're seconding that. So with that, I will just wait, members of council, for our clerk to read back or seek clarity on the motion at hand. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'll just request from Councillor Townsend clarity. What I caught was that a staff report be on the Lance Bridge replacement and auxiliary action including plans for interaction with residents of the area, and the safety recommendations as presented by Larry White during his delegation of July 6, 2021, be brought to the August 3rd meeting.
Councillor Townsend?
I'm not sure if I caught that, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, to clarify, it was that the report included comment on the safety points raised in today's presentation.
That a report on the Lance Bridge replacement and auxiliary action, including
Can
plans for
remove that now
interaction.
because, sorry, Clerk Sherbrooke, we can remove that since we've got a little more descriptive following that rather than confusing.
Including comments on interaction with the residents of the area and the safety recommendations as presented by Larry White during his delegation of July 6th. Is that?
Yes.
Tidy it up a bit?
Okay, I see Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hergert. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I wonder if we could just have it read again, and then I'm going to ask for questions on the motion. And when I do that, I'm going to begin with Councillor Hamilton. So Clerk Sharbuck, at your convenience, could you please read the motion?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert, that a report on the Lance Bridge replacement, including comments on interaction with the residents of the area and the safety recommendations as presented by Larry White during his delegation of July 6, 2021, be brought to the August 3rd, 2021 meeting.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. That sounds really great. I'm also hearing from our constituents that they'd appreciate the opportunity for a public meeting. And I think it's so that they can participate, because we know when a staff report comes, anyone attending can't comment and ask questions. So a logistical question for any member of staff, when that report comes in August, could we make time in our agenda for it to be a public meeting so that the constituents could interact and provide further comment or questions?
Thank you for the question. Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm thinking if there's going to be, it won't be a statutory public meeting, as I would refer to a public meeting as something that's legislated, but an open house or a public information session, something like that, I would suggest be outside of the regular council meeting.
Okay.
Or there just won't be time for questions and answers, or I'm not sure what you had in mind for that.
Okay, yeah.
But it may be difficult to fit into a regular agenda.
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton.
So Mayor Robinson, may I ask the director, if we were to go in that direction, if he has any further comment about that, having a public workshop or something separate and apart from council, where this report could come to and we could have more interaction with the constituents. If he had any feedback on a time for that and how that would fit in with the report. Thank you.
Director Shrinsky, and then perhaps CAO Johnston.
Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead, Director.
Your Worship, just for clarification, so it's council's wish to have the report come to council first, and then after the report is at council, you wish to have a public meeting to further discuss the issues and so forth with the residents of Concession 2. Is that what I'm hearing?
Councillor Hamilton, your clarity now.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. And I am just brainstorming, but I actually think the report would come to just one meeting, and that meeting would be a space where public could participate. And my understanding is we can't do that at a traditional council meeting. So your report would come to a special meeting of council. Yeah.
So I'm just going to interject, and I'm going to go right to the clerk on this one, because the staff report, in my opinion, should come to a council meeting. And also, and thank you for the question. And if we need to go beyond more discovery on the open house concept, I just want to make sure that the motion at hand is addressed. So I thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Clerk Scharbeck, just your comment. I just want to keep focused on the motion at hand, and also in terms of how that could be addressed in a workshop after the report is addressed by council.
A report to council is a report to council and should be included on a regular council agenda. If it's a special council meeting to receive one report, then there's some parameters there on just how that would be set up for the interaction and the presentation to the public. I'm not sure quite what that engagement piece would look like, but it's council's wish to incorporate that into the regular agenda or set a special meeting for that. But a report to council definitely should be received by council at a council meeting.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarity, and that's also my approach, that we're looking in this motion for a staff to report back to council, so that it will be a council meeting for sure, but how it's addressed afterwards, we can manage that. Anything further at this point, Councillor Hamilton?
Only if I could ask the CEO to comment on this.
Oh, yes.
Because
yes, I actually invited her as well, and I moved on from that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. CAO Johnston, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Council, for the question. And this is a very interesting opportunity to have a plan on how we could do two very different things. So I agree that clerk is correct. The staff report needs to come to a council meeting. If it could come to the August 3rd council meeting, then I'm thinking that perhaps we have our regular council meeting, we adjourn, and we reconvene another time for an open house is really what we're talking about. I would like the report to come first so that the information is in the public realm for the week that, as all of our reports are, and it gives the citizens time with the report as well, and time to ask questions of staff in advance of the meeting if they so desire. But I think that would be a better flow, is if we deal with the council meeting, and then the clerk and I could work on how we could accommodate an open house at another time.
Excellent. Excellent.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Councillor. Thank you for the question. Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In response to the request, I think, given that we did say that the consideration for today's presentation would be in the director's report, it does have requests about public meeting. It does have requests about safety. So I would expect that to happen. I think there's been previous commitments to communicate strongly with the residents. They've been very vocal, both on the Enbridge work and on the road and the bridge itself. So I think those commitments have already been made to have that, but it would be nice to see them in the report. And then I agree with the follow-up on the process. It makes sense that it may not just be the people that heard this that want to be there. There could be other people. So making the two events separate does give the rest of the residents the opportunity to see what's there, understand. The residents can communicate to the rest of the residents that they know have an interest, and ensure that everybody gets their say, excuse me, and here's what's being presented once, so we don't have to do it multiple times. So I hope that clarifies it from the intent of the motion as well. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that clarity, and having that information ahead of time so our residents can see it is most important. Thank you. Moving now to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So I sort of question the timeline in terms of this. My first thoughts is, first of all, we have had a couple of delegations. We've heard numerous letters regarding this West Grey, the second concession. I'm just wondering whether we should be really having public input or public meeting previous to the report, or if the report's going to go out and we're going to have our public meeting after, then are we going to take into consideration some of these recommendations from the presentation today and say, these are things that we're planning on doing to alleviate some of the concerns. And then we hear back from the residents after. So I'm just curious of whether we should be having a public meeting before or after, based on how this report's going to come out. Maybe the director wants to comment on that.
Well, actually, if I might, the motion actually answers that. And I wonder if you could read back the motion, the intent from Councillor, that was moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Herger. Clerk Sharbutt, could you read the motion? Because it does address the councillor's question.
Through you, Mayor, that a report on the Lance Bridge replacement, including comments on interaction with residents of the area and the safety recommendations as presented by Larry White during his delegation of July 6, 2021, be brought to the August 3rd, 2020 meeting.
Okay, so that's what we have before us, Councillor.
Okay, so we're going to hear from our residents after the report. That's sort of what I take from that?
Yes, the report will be available as per the process. So it'll be available 1 week prior to the meeting. And then we'll have the meeting on August 3rd. And where citizens in the area, or all the area of West Grey, quite frankly, can respond to it. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do want to ask members of council, is there any other comments of clarity on the motion? I will call the vote then. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Larry White, thank you very much for attending today and providing your information, and certainly get the word out on what is occurring as a result of this motion. And again, thank you for your action here today.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and pardon me, thank you, councillors, and thank you, staff.
All right, we are now going to move on to item 5, which is public meetings. For this particular agenda, there is none. Item 6 now, comment period. So with that, I'm just looking for assistance from staff to provide an opportunity now for members of our community to comment on anything germane to this particular agenda. Supervisor Hewlett, would you please assist with that?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate during comment period may do so in one of 2 ways. The first being, if you have joined us using the phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know that you would like to speak. Alternatively, if you have raised your hand in error, you can press *9 again to lower your hand. The second option for members of the public who have joined us using the online meeting software, you can either raise your hand, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, or you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, either stating that you would like to make a comment or stating what you would like read on your behalf.
As you're scanning the dashboard, Supervisor Hewlett, for any participation, I am doing the same, but I will ask you the question now. Is there anybody online that wishes to comment, or have you received any chats or emails? I do see one. Let me ask the question. Other than, I will call upon Bev Falco, is there anybody else that you're seeing at this time? Just to complete my inquiry to you, Councillor Supervisor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, as you had mentioned, we have Bev Falco who would like to speak, and I have one other chat message, but if you would like to go to Bev first.
Absolutely. Thank you for letting me know. Good morning, Bev Falco. What is your comment this morning?
Hi, Mayor Robinson, and hello to all the council members. I have a few comments, so I'm hoping I can make them brief and get them all in.
It's a 2-minute time frame. Let me just mention that. So please go ahead.
Okay, great. I thought it was one. My very first comment is actually a request for any member of this council to possibly reinstate a motion that was made at the last council meeting. It was to have Indigenous history training provided to council, and that possibly included staff, I'm not sure. As a member of this community, I was deeply disturbed when the meeting was over. through both comments made by a resident and the use of that one comment by two councillors to justify their no vote. I would just like to contend that each and every one of us desperately needs this training. I'll move on to climate change, which is my favorite topic.
Yes.
So as we all listen to the news these days, we're heading into a very inconvenient future, I think. The days of spending time, effort, and money on ensuring our continued convenience might be over. I would like to suggest to council that monies spent to achieve convenience be thoughtfully reconsidered as we move forward. It may be wise to be spending the limited tax dollars for necessities or essentials. I noticed the Markdale Hospital Fund had $10,000 transferred to the Bridge Capital Fund earlier, and I would like to go on record personally as not supporting the rehabilitation and reconstruction of every affected bridge in West Grey for the sake of continued convenience, but would hope that healthcare might be prioritized. Also, in regard to the new long-term care facility and the Bruce subdivision, as new builds in the community, we have the opportunity here to make significant changes to how we currently do builds by incorporating goals in the draft Grey County Climate Action Plan, which are to achieve net zero buildings with 80% more efficiency than builds done in the baseline year of 2018. The goal for these is 2035, but wouldn't it be a wonderful example of what can be achieved now? When goals are in the future, they tend not to be realized. And those are the extent of my comments, and thank you all so very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Beth Falco, for your comments. Most appreciated. Supervisor Hewlett, you indicated that there was other comment that if you could address that now, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I did receive a chat message from Paul Lefbry. I believe that's how the last name is pronounced. I can unmute him at your request.
Please go ahead. Good day, Paul Lefbry, if that is the correct pronunciation. Please go ahead with your comment.
The name is Lefebvre, Paul.
Lefebvre, appreciate the redirect on your, and I do apologize for not getting that right. Please go ahead.
Well, just a quick comment on the safety of concession 2 WGR on the S curve by Robson Hill. I used to drive big trucks, and it's virtually impossible to make those two curves with a 40-foot tractor trailer behind you without going into the oncoming traffic. I would ask council members to take that run themselves and imagine a big rig going around that corner, those two corners. It is impossible to make a clean cut without the trailer going into the ditch. You have to swing into the oncoming lane to make the safe turn. So that's all my comment is I want Vance and this group to consider that safety is probably the most important thing for this discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Paul Lefebvre. We appreciate your comments, and we do listen to the comments. I'm not seeing any other participation request. Supervisor Hewlett, could you just confirm that for me?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, you are correct. I have not received any other requests.
Oh, okay, so that would cover off any emails as well as chat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you then. We are now going to item 7, unfinished business for today's meeting. That's an NA. Adoption of minutes, item 8.1, the June 15th, 2021 council meeting. Any comments or concerns on those minutes, members of council? All right, then on 8.2, the June 15th, 2021 public meeting. Any comments? All right. The June 22nd, pardon me, 8.3, June 22nd, 2021 special council meeting. Again, any questions on that? So with that, Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
For you, Mayor, the recommendation is that the minutes of the regular council meeting and the public meeting of June 15th, 2021 and the special council meeting of June 22nd, 2021 are hereby approved as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I will second the motion.
Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Moving on to item number 9, committee and board reports. 9.1, West Grey Public Library Board, May 12th, 2021 minutes. Any comments? 9.2, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, May 6th and May 19th, 2021 minutes. Any comments?
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Please.
I have my hand up on the library one, but I guess you just didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it whatsoever, and I thank you for that point of order. So with that, please go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on 2 points. One is that we did have a new staff member recently join, and that is, excuse me, that is Trevor Porter, and he joins us to assist within the Durham Library. Also, that the floor replacement, due to concerns with the weight and it needs repairs, is being done, so there will be some service disruption, but the library will be doing a specific communication to that, and I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that. Thank you.
Thank you, very good. I'm just going to move back to 9.2, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, May 6th and 19th minutes of 2021. Seeing none, questions on that? Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving that motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 10, correspondence. 10.1, items requiring action. So we have one under 10.1.1, Kelsey and Matt Roden, request to purchase municipal lands. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that a planning report be brought back to a future council meeting regarding the sale of municipal lands as requested by Kelsey and Matt Roden.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I would move that motion, and I do have one comment on this.
All right, one moment. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion.
Taking questions of clarity on the motion, beginning with Councillor Hergert.
Yes, actually, it's just a comment. Some of these road allowances that unopened road allowances may be used by ATV enthusiasts, outdoor enthusiasts to just go explore, and lacking a specific trail system, we should just keep in mind that some of the use of these would be not necessarily for cars, not necessarily requiring staff, public works to go out and clear these unopened road allowances and so on, but actually just more of a nature use situation. That's all my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anything further clarity on the motion? Then all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. 10.2, items for information. 10.2.1, Community Schools Alliance nomination to Executive Committee. Is there any comment on this? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a comment on 10.2.1. I don't really need to pull it. I am considering putting my name forward on that committee. I know currently right now, Alan Barefoot represents the area, not specifically, it's not split up by area, et cetera. But I think how school closures and et cetera get dealt with, I think, are important. So I have been in contact with the executive committee, and I will, like I say, I'm considering putting my name forward. That I just wanted council to know. And apparently I do not need council approval or support because I don't represent council. It would be as an individual. So anyway, I'm just sharing that information. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And we'd appreciate an update if you'd be so inclined at the appropriate time. Thank you. Anything else on this matter? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to 10.2.2, Ministry of Energy Northern Development and Mines Natural Gas Expansion Program. So we do know that we've been successful in our application for the natural gas expansion into Newstat. We're most pleased with that. More information will be brought forward, certainly. We do have requests through Ayton and in Elmwood. So those are requests that we'll have to perhaps address if there's a phase 3. So more information will follow. I'm wondering at this time, Clerk Charbonnet, could you read the recommendation at hand?
To you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council hereby receives all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I believe I saw Councillor Townsend hand. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. We're now on item 11. We're at staff report. 11.1, Recreation Supervisor. Okay, yes, sorry, I'm just transferring the page. 11.1 Recreation Supervisor, 11.1.1, 2022 Durham Homecoming Partnership. To the recommendation, Clerk Charbonnet.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council directs staff to negotiate and enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Durham Homecoming Committee to receive event, logistics, and financial services support from the municipality for the 2022 homecoming event, and that council approve the request from the Homecoming Committee for an interest-free loan of $50,000 to be repaid from the Homecoming Committee's fundraising proceeds, and that council approves support through the Community Grants Program to assist with the cost of the 2022 Durham Homecoming Insurance Premium.
Thank you. I will take a mover and seconder. If that is the will of council, we will then do a presentation. And if there's any questions on the motion at hand, and then we'll call the vote. So with that, is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? And I believe I saw Councillor Hergert. Are you seconding?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Hewlett, over to you for a presentation based on your report.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Not too much of a presentation, just myself and CAO Johnson. We met with a number of members of the Homecoming Committee, and following our discussion, as council will remember from previous meetings, Homecoming had originally approached council with the delegation in request to become a committee of council. However, following conversation with the committee, they are in favor of moving to an MOU model. As outlined in the report, one item that should be mentioned that wasn't included in the report, we did, under the consultation, we did consult with the Homecoming Committee as well as our municipal insurer as well.
Well, thank you for that. Questions? Councillor Hergert, you have your hand up.
Thank you. It's more of a comment. I think this is a fantastic way to approach a group like this, that instead of becoming a advisory committee to council, really for staff's benefit, is that we can work together through the MOU, but not have all the reporting and minutes and so on as we would a committee of council. So I applaud the efforts to work together, to be cooperative, and to host, for the group to have a successful event next year. And I recognize that this will not just be recreation, this will be public works, this will be every department of our municipality. So thank you for the teamwork on this.
Thank you. Any further questions of clarity? Before I go to a member of council, I do see Supervisor Hewlett.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for your comments, Councillor Herder. And yes, that's exactly it. In using the MOU model, it helps to keep the lines clear, what everybody's bringing to the table, and even continuing into the legacy project that the Homecoming Committee would like to do once they receive a council approval for that, and just make sure that the lines are clear and everybody knows where everybody stands at the table.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to thank staff for moving forward as quickly as they have on this. I know the committee, as a member of the committee, I know that they want to move forward and they want to get us along as fast as they can, not knowing how COVID is going to move in the future. But again, we're moving like it is going to go forward. So doing things like the memorandum of understanding and the support that's being provided will be an excellent contribution to that. Thank you again.
Any further comments of clarity on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. 11.2, Manager of Planning and Development. 11.2.1, a recommendation for draft plan conditions subdivision 42T-2020-01, Rose. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council receive Planner Spencer's report and the recommendations for draft plan approval to be forwarded to the County of Grey.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding that motion.
Thank you. Over to Planner Spencer for your presentation, and then I'll look to any questions from members of council on the motion and then call the vote. Please go ahead.
And thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor. The recommendation as dictated by the clerk is that council receive the report and the recommendations to be forwarded to draft plan approval to the county. As council understands, we are the recommendation authority. County ultimately has subdivision approval over this property. So the conditions as outlined in this report are reflective of the recommendations that the municipality should be forwarding to the county for their consideration as part of their draft plan approval of the plan of subdivision. I will note that there's been various discussions with respect to this property. A virtual public meeting has been held and was conducted on December 1st of 2020. It was well attended and comments from authorities having jurisdiction and the public were provided and considered during the following period. At that time, there was some concerns relative to the parkland dedication on the subject lands, which has been outlined in the report. The applicant's agent has revised that plan, which has been included as part of this report. So there's now a whole block, which would be on the northeast corner of the property, and that's been dedicated as block 25 for parkland dedication, which equates to 4.75% of the required 5%. I will note that I incorrectly denoted a section related to parkland dedication. I apologize for that. It should be section 51 under the Act. It is still 5%, and that 5% calculation is denoted in terms of cash in lieu with respect to the day before a building permit would be issued on the property under a draft plan. So just for everyone's respect in that regard. There has been various considerations and reports that have come back dealing with the concerns relative to those streets. I know there has been some concern about when streets would be named. That does not happen at this point in time until draft plan approval has taken place at the county level. And then local council would put together a bylaw that would state essentially that the street shall be named subject to final approval of the municipality, and those street names cannot be duplicates, obviously, and phonetic sounding street names elsewhere in the County of Grey. So that's a consideration to come at a further date. Additional conditions have been, this is very similar to the agreement that was put into place for the subdivision immediately to the west. The only conditions that have been altered is to deal with the provision of refuse and recycling collection, and just to delineate what that would look like in terms of the time period between the completion of draft plan approval, the construction of the plan of subdivision, and when the municipality does assume those streets. So there's been some just delineation put into the conditions to deal with that component, so that there's no question about whose responsibility it is for those types of services at the municipal and the applicant's level at the point in time, unless there's a different agreement that comes into place. I won't go through all of the conditions unless there's specific clarification that is required by council at this time, but I'm pleased to provide that clarification at your time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Planner Spencer. Is there any clarity to the motion at hand? Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Planning. The public meeting, there were two significant issues that I heard raised, and one was traffic and the impact that would have on the area. And the second one was the impact on water, whether it be sourced or waste. And I just wanted assurances that if it isn't addressed specifically here, it will be in the subsequent reports once the agreement of subdivision is approved. Is that possible, please?
Planner Spencer.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, we have a consultant that regularly works with us on our capacity components, and I will let the Director of Infrastructure speak to that further. But at this point in time, we know there is capacity to support the development at this time, and we're looking for the long-term plan in terms of what that looks like going forward, because I know there's been some concerns with respect to future development happening beyond this component. Capacity is typically provided at a first come, first served basis, but staff are very well aware of what we need to do to ensure that we're not jeopardizing development going forward in future by also ensuring that we have sufficient development to support capacity. I will also say that the applicant's consultant has provided a phasing plan, so we do understand how that development looks in terms of which phase is going first, and staff have no concerns with respect to that going forward. We do understand the full capacity that is necessary to complete this plan of subdivision, and we understand that at this point in time, but I will deflect the further clarification in that regard to Director Swinski.
Thank you very much for that response, Planner Spencer. Over to you, Director Swinski.
Yes, through your worship. As mentioned by Planner Spencer, we have a consultant that's currently underway with a report, and in that report, it will detail our existing capacity as well as future capacity challenges with respect to further development and considering further development that we have on record at this point in time. And I will be bringing that forward once that report is complete.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, just the traffic comment on volumes.
Planner Spencer, do you have a comment on that?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. At this point in time, there's been no significant concerns identified with respect to traffic. Again, further development in this particular area would have to be addressed through another traffic study. Again, I will defer to the Director of Infrastructure if there's any further concerns in that regard, but none that I've been made aware of through our peer review, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anything further to add, Director?
The only thing I'd like to add is essentially that we're also working with consultants with the design for the urbanization of Durham Road East. And once again, I will be bringing that design forward to council once that's prepared.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. On item number 16, display map, it's page 83 in our agenda. It talks about display map being put on the sales office. I think that's a great idea. I don't know if what that really didn't really happen with our previous development. in terms of putting it out there, just with details of bike lanes and trails and sidewalks. I think there was a general architectural drawing, but this looks like to me it's a little more detailed. So I think that's a good idea going forward. The other question I had, or comment I wanted to make, was under development charges, item 17. I just want to make sure that developer understands and knows that we're still looking at reviewing our development charges next year, I believe. We talked about revisiting that. So I'd just like to make sure that they're aware that, development charges could change again. Is that,
Thank you.
Are they aware of that, Planner Spencer?
Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Until a development charge study is completed, the municipality cannot change our development charge bylaw. Revisiting it in future, if they have not yet paid the development charges or are not at a point where they should be paying them to satisfy conditions of draft plan approval, they certainly would be apprised of any applicable charges at the time. But until we have a development charge background study to verify what those look like, we can't really provide them with further direction. But the consultant's fully aware that things change and that this is not a stagnant, stale point in terms of what it looks like now, which could change in a year or 18 months. Thank you.
And I do have one other further comment regarding the parkland. I'm glad to see that they're trying to keep as much forest as possible by using the sort of the northeast corner. I am a little disappointed, and hopefully maybe they're still going to do it. But when we previously talked about doing a natural walkway using natural like trees, wood, rock, so on for playground structures, hopefully they'll take that in consideration, maybe incorporate that into this new area. They were planning on doing that in the previous area, but then it sort of got turned down. So hopefully they'll still keep that in mind, because I think it's a great way of going forward to use the aesthetics of the area. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Were you looking for a comment from the planner, or you were just making the statement?
No,
Councillor?
just a comment that
Fair enough.
staff can have that discussion with the developers in the future about what that's going to look like in terms of playground structures.
Very good. Thank you. Now moving on to Councillor Hergert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have two comments. One would be on the park maintenance. So when I look in the report, financial and resource implications, future assumption of maintenance of roadways, the park will become our municipal responsibility to maintain. To Councillor Hutchison's point about the mulch and the natural grounding of the park, I believe we must consider accessibility, that it is accessible for all ages and abilities. And I believe that would typically be in consultation with our local accessibility group, as well as the county standards for any new park areas that are developed. I do have a question to our planner about possibly a centralized garbage collection area, somewhat similar to Canada Post having a pad location where everyone picks up their mail at. Is it possible within the constructs of this draft plan to have a centralized garbage pickup location? I think about the density requirements that we have, the width of the streets, the movement of people, just how close everyone is together, and also noting that we have some constraints on our landfill in Durham. Is there a potential, even after this would be passed, to have a discussion about centralized garbage collection?
I'll go to you first, Planner Spencer, on this.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. It's certainly a good point to bring up localized waste collection, even recycling collection. The only cautionary measure I would give to that is the location of that and the potential for that to become an eyesore if there's an excessive amount of garbage that has been left. Sometimes those situations are abused in a certain way, because people aren't leaving one bag at the end of their driveway, they end up leaving multiple bags at the centralized depot. So I would caution that maybe not necessarily the best approach. I think most of us have been places where people are depositing their garbage into a centralized area and see it overflowing at times based on weekend behavior or just the overflow of a lot of young children living with families, and there's just a little bit more garbage in that respect. It has not been considered at this point, but if it is the direction and will of council, that's certainly something that the Director of Infrastructure and I can speak to. I'm sure that the Director has further comment in this regard. In terms of the postal outlets with respect to communal mailboxes, that's really a Canada Post decision for safety purposes. So that's really determined by them and not by the county or the municipality. It's really their decision on what they feel is safest and easiest for them to deliver Canada Post through the neighborhood. But I'll deflect to my colleague, Director Schwinski, to speak to that garbage collection further.
Thank you for the detailed response, Planner Spencer. Director Schwinski, did you have anything to add at this time?
Through your worship, essentially, I'd also like to add that when considering these types of arrangements with respect to a centralized garbage location through the MECP, if the location is, what should I say, if it starts to resemble what a transfer station may look like, then it will require an environmental compliance permit on its own. So anyhow, I just wanted to add that comment in there. Although I do appreciate the comments with respect to some different and sort of creative ways to streamline our garbage collection. I think that's forward thinking. However, just to caution council, members of council, that sometimes these ideas, that they all have to be approved by the MECP.
Thank you for that. Is there anything further, Councillor Hergert?
Well, I do wish for that to be investigated, and if that maybe needs to be, and pardon me, let me just be very clear about the centralized garbage location to be investigated, as we do have some constraints on our garbage landfill situation in Durham, that we're going to add about approximately 200 new homes that will most certainly have garbage collection needs, that we investigate the safest, cleanest, most efficient way in which to pick up garbage from this new subdivision. I think there could be merit in looking at a centralized location, and I would like to hear a report from staff on that, please.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is that we can deal with if you consider that a motion afterwards?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I would put that forward later. Yes.
Sure. Okay, I'm just looking for any other questions with respect to the main motion, and the only motion we're dealing with at this time. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just a couple quick questions. I know in the matrix of comments that we received a couple meetings ago about Rose subdivision, I'll just pull out one comment was regarding requirements for planting trees on the finished lots. And the response was yes in the subdivision agreement. So I just wanted to confirm that. And also if our planner could speak to the process, like when would a subdivision come back to council and just how that part works as well. Thank you.
Planner Spencer.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. So these are recommendations that will be passed through motion by this local council that will go to county council staff for consideration in the drafting of their report. Essentially, those draft plan conditions that staff recommend at that point in time are provided by county planning staff in consultation with myself and our staff in this office. And those will be brought forward to county council for approval. A draft plan can be a draft plan for quite some time, though all of those conditions have to be fulfilled in order for it to move to a full plan of subdivision. And that often takes time. It takes, sometimes it takes a couple of years for that to fully happen, at which point the municipality would assume the roads. Hence in point why a couple of extra additional considerations were added with respect to who's responsible during that time period of draft plan and full plan of subdivision approval. Obviously, information would be brought back to council, but ultimately the approval authority is county council, and that is where the authority lies. So you'll be kept apprised, but it really does not come back to council until there's a naming of the roads and that draft plan approval has been issued at the county level. I hope that clarifies. Feel free to ask me further questions. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor Robinson. So the draft plan conditions, and I understand Grey County approves those, but is this, for clarification, subdivision agreement separate and apart from what we're speaking of today? Is that a different document altogether? Thank you.
Senator Spencer.
And through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. We're not dealing with the subdivision agreement to this point. We're not close to that point yet at this point in time. We're just simply dealing with the draft plan conditions. And then from that point forward, we'll move into a subdivision agreement at some point once those conditions are fulfilled.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. That's what I had expected. So thank you very much. And just my second question would be, just last council, we were talking a little bit about dark sky and wanting to do some investigation around lighting and light pollution. And I note in these conditions that there will be dark sky compliant fixtures on the roads, sidewalks. But is there an opportunity to also have or require dark sky fixtures for the actual residences themselves? And if that's an opportunity, would that be something that we would put in the draft conditions, or would that be part of a subdivision agreement? And that's my question. Thank you.
Senator Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, with respect to dark sky compliance, we can request it on what will end up being the municipally open portions of the road. We don't really have the authority to prevent private property from exercising their own means of lighting. Most lighting that you'll find in the general market these days is guided to be in that component of dark sky lighting. But that's not to say that someone can't find something that's different, but the county certainly is very mindful of these things as well. So all of that would be considered as part of the broad approach to dark sky lighting, and recommendations would certainly be put there. The enforcement of when these properties become into private ownership is the issue with being able to respect and police that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Planner Spencer.
Thank you as well. Members of council, are there any further questions? Clerk Sharbuck, then could you please read the motion at hand? We've had a lot of discussion, so I just want to make sure everybody is aware of what we're voting on.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is, it's been moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council receive Planner Spencer's report and the recommendations for draft plan approval to be forwarded to the County of Grey.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion has carried. Councillor Hergert, is there anything that you wish to add before I move on? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move a motion or have staff provide direction on the safest, cleanest, most efficient way of garbage collection, potentially a centralized garbage collection in this new subdivision, potentially affecting all new subdivisions in the area.
So you're looking for a staff report back with regard to a centralized garbage containment area.
Yes.
And removal. Okay, just the gist of it. And I will look for a seconder as Clerk Sharbuck is dealing with the wordsmithing. Is there a seconder for this motion? Okay, we may not even need the wordsmithing at this point.
Perhaps a point of order, Mayor Robinson?
Sure. Yeah.
My point of order would be perhaps this would be better as a notice of motion, fully fleshed out for council's consideration at a future meeting.
That is actually a good approach for that. I'm going to, on that request, ask Clerk Sharbuck if that's most appropriate, or because we're dealing with this matter, is it more appropriate to deal with it at this point? Clerk Sharbuck, to that.
Your worship, it is would be appropriate for a notice of motion. However, council has addressed other matters through motions raised during this meeting.
Yes.
I guess it's council's prerogative how to proceed with this.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the response and the point of order on that, because we just want to make sure it's correct. That's why I was bringing this motion as Councillor Hergert's bringing it forward, and it's appropriate here if council wishes it to be so. Again, I'm just looking for a seconder at this point. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, Councillor, I think it's worth looking into. I think not only for the subdivisions, but I think all of West Grey. I've had conversations with Director Zawinski about this, and maybe that's something that we need to look forward in a general manner for all of West Grey, and whether it's something that we would use in the future. So yeah, I think it's worth looking into. I'll second that motion.
Clerk Sharbach.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, if I could just clarify with Councillor Hergert the wording
Please.
on this.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure I've captured this. That council hereby directs staff to provide a report regarding a centralized garbage area for the cleanest, safest,
Most efficient.
most efficient garbage collection in the Bruce subdivision and future subdivision developments. Is that?
If I could, to incorporate Councillor Hutchison's point about throughout all of West Grey.
Yeah.
And respectfully, I am just asking for a report.
Throughout West Grey. Okay, I think that's council hereby directs staff to provide a report regarding a centralized garbage area for the cleanest, safest, and most efficient garbage collection in the Bruce subdivision and future subdivision developments throughout West Grey. Does that?
Could
or
we
not just future?
Yeah, not get rid of the and future, but just keep the throughout all of West Grey, please.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Hergert, you're fine with the language?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
As the seconder, Councillor Hutchinson, are you fine with the language?
Well, I'm just not sure about the last part where she said, Sherbak said the future developments in West Grey. We're not just talking development, we're talking future placement of collection areas, right? Doesn't have to be a subdivision or a development. Is that clear at the end?
Clerk Shub.
Through you, Mayor, I don't think that is clear, Councillor Hutchinson. I have in the Bruce subdivision and subdivision development throughout West Grey, but perhaps that's too narrow a definition.
Yeah, we don't need
perhaps
don't need subdivision
and
development.
throughout West Grey.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the Bruce subdivision and throughout West Grey.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification, Councillor.
Are there any comments with regard to this or seeking clarification on the motion? Members of council, Councillor Shea, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a kind of a new concept to me, that we are going to have like little mini transfer stations throughout West Grey. This isn't a concept that I'm really familiar with. So I'd like to get Director Shrinsky's input into how feasible something like this, just off the top of his head, might be. I don't want to saddle staff with another report for something that's just never going to happen in the long run. So I just wanted to see if he had any immediate feedback onto a proposal like this. Thank you.
Over to you, Director Shawinski.
Certainly, through your worship. Essentially with this type of undertaking, as mentioned earlier, we would need to essentially consult with the MECP, and as well I can consult with our consultants that we have that deal with our solid waste management and concerns as it relates to Regulation 347 to determine if this undertaking is feasible. But that is something that I would include in my report. to council so that they are fully aware of should council wish to pursue this avenue or this concept of waste collection, that essentially council is fully aware of what they would have to undertake to have the most efficient and most cleanest and state-of-the-art waste collection system.
Further, Councillor Shea?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, and that thank you, Councillor Shea, and then over to you, Clerk Scharbeck. I see that for my clarity, for council's clarity, and everyone listening in, I just want to ensure, because the motion's kind of expanded beyond when we're dealing with the subdivision. It's more on the West Grey, overall West Grey. Is this better put as a notice of motion for more time, or is it appropriately here? And procedurally, I'd like to know that, and from you. Thank you.
Through Mayor Robinson, it is there is a mover and seconder at this point in time. So yes, any new direction or new ideas should be a notice of motion. But there have been a number of times throughout the meeting that we've taken leave of the procedural bylaw. So now that this has a mover and a seconder and is proceeding, this is where we're at. It is on the floor for council's consideration at this time.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Townsend.
Madam Mayor, I think Councillor Hamilton had her hand up prior to myself.
Okay. Well, I'll go to you and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton, but thank you for letting me know. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My only concern about this is I do agree we should be looking at new things. I'm just not sure this is the time. In our budget, we did not support staff. We did not add staff. So the capacity they have right now, I think, far exceeds what we already have on the plate. And I don't know where this fits in on the priority, frankly. If we were looking strictly at what do you do for the Bruce development, that's one thing, but to expand it to go cross country, meaning all through West Grey, you have issues of animals, you have issues of people dumping. We see that now. You have enforcement, you have all kinds of stuff. That's a major undertaking. I'm just not sure we're staffed to do that at this point in time. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, members of council? All right, Councillor Hergert, and then I will have the clerk read the motion. I'll call the vote.
Yes, I think this really comes specifically out of the Bruce subdivision because as we talk about density requirements and we know our landfill situation in Durham, how will we provide, we as the municipality, provide garbage collection to an area that has narrow streets, high density population? And while it is very specific to this subdivision, I would believe that anything that would be new for this subdivision would potentially be new for all subdivisions. So I think a report could be in order just to, I mean, here's the thing. We know that there's going to be, this is the draft plan and the subdivision agreement's going to be coming soon, you know, down the road. If it's a year, we should just start our inquiries now to see the feasibility of garbage collection. That will become our responsibility as council. So knowing our limitations for Durham landfill and knowing that we're going to have 200 plus houses, how will we prepare to be future ready for our responsibility? So I think now is just a good time to do that investigation. And that's why I'm seeking council support. Thank you.
Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion at hand and then we'll call the vote? Oh, pardon me. Planner Spencer, you have your hand up?
Yes, my apologies. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that the street sizes in this plan of subdivision are no different than the standard street sizes that have been currently predicated in terms of 20-meter right-of-ways. So I just want to clarify that point. It's not possible. It's not impossible that there could be future development applications that come forward with smaller street sizes, but this is not one of them at this point in time.
Thank you. That will complete the questions. I'm not seeing any other clarity. Clerk Sherbrooke, could you read the motion at hand?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that council hereby directs staff to provide a report regarding a centralized garbage area in the Bruce for the cleanest, safest, most efficient garbage collection in the Bruce subdivision and throughout West Grey.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Two members of council have voted in favor. Those opposed? 5 members of council are voting in opposition. The motion does not carry. We are now moving on to item 13.3. And this is the chief building official report. Before I ask the clerk to read the motion, I do want to say that we're coming up to 1 o'clock, which is our time frame, 9 until 1 p.m. And unless there's a motion which is approved by council to go beyond the curfew, which is 1:30, then we cannot go beyond 1 o'clock. And I will tell you that under the notice of motion, we do have a time-sensitive matter dealing with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Standing Committee that I would ask council that we deal with at today's meeting. It was put over from the last meeting, and provisions were made through communication of FCM, but we'll need to deal with it today as well. So I think with that, I'm going to ask council's consideration, if they're so inclined, if there's a motion to go to beyond curfew to 1:30. Councillor Townsend, would your hand be up for that? Did I anticipate what you were going to ask?
Yes, I was actually going to ask for a point of order for that.
Thank you.
And before I make the motion, I'm wondering, why is it only half an hour we're extending and not a full hour? I thought we could go a full hour.
Okay, we've had this, and thank you for the question. We've had this clarified a number of times, and with all due respect, but we're dealing with the 1 o'clock, and then we go beyond the to 1:30 because that incorporates the half-hour lunch for our staff under the labor law. And we've had that discussion. The breaks are not included in that, but if you, I'm going to look to, I'm going to go to our CIO for anything further on that. It's a hard stop at 1:30.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I draw the parallel to when I was in grade school and we had recess and your day did not get added on by the extra half an hour for recess break. So this is same for us. We, under employment standards, staff that have been working for 5 hours are entitled to a half hour uninterrupted break, which would put us at 1:30 then.
And we've had an email to this regard. We've had this addressed at council. And before we go any further on the discussion, are you moving the motion or not? Because we don't have anything on the floor. So I don't want to continue the discussion on that unless that's the case.
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor. I just needed to make sure I had the right time frame. So
oh, thank you very much. So we'll go
to 1:30.
To 1:30. Okay. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding?
I will second.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbrooke, could you read the motion when you're ready, of course?
To you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Council hereby directs that the meeting shall proceed past curfew to 1:30 p.m.
Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion carried. We'll proceed this meeting to a hard stop at 1:30. Please be mindful of the agenda as we move along. All right, Council Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm going to be very quick. Again, I'm looking at the time as well. Is there any items that we can consider moving off of today's agenda? So, because I do not see us getting through all this, and I just thought maybe that may warrant an opportune time to move some things around if necessary, but I'm just putting it out there. I do not see us completing this. Thank you.
To the question, Madam CAO, are there some matters that can you answer that quickly, or can I move on to the next item if that's the case and come back to you? But if you're able to address it quickly, I'm mindful of our time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like us to try and get through this, these reports, particularly the next couple of reports. I'll speak to the Director of Infrastructure to see if any of his can be pushed off.
Okay, so as we're moving on to the next two reports, I'll come back to you on that, and we'll move forward. All right, let's get moving. Thank you very much, one and all. 11.3 Chief Building Official, 11.3.1 West Grey Police Services Building Update. To the recommendation, Clerk Scharbach.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that the report West Grey Police Services Building Update be received for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
As the seconder, I did see Councillor Hamilton. Would that be correct?
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Presentation through our Chief Building Official, CBO Shiprack.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Council, for reviewing my report today. I will be brief. The report is really self-explanatory. This is just a sort of a where we sit today sort of update report on the design of the new police services building. And some of the discussion we had at the prior meeting was that the architects would move forward with their lead intent, that they would use their best, their most experience and their best judgment to determine what the best items for the lead that they can incorporate into the building that would really, improve the quality of life of the building and the occupants, as well as the other members of the Municipality of West Grey. That list is included. It's not specific to certain items, though some of those items are still being worked on, but that is basically the intent of what they're trying to accomplish. In next steps, sort of moving forward, the construction documents will be completed. The estimated time frame is sometime mid-August, and at that time there would also be a second cost analysis done, and that, along with the construction documents, would be brought back to council. Obviously, now that the construction documents are done, that cost estimate will be a little bit more accurate and provide for exactly what is being designed. And then that, if approved by council, that would move forward into a tender stage that the architect would sort of provide and sort of bring back recommendations for their recommended contractors. And then again, that decision will be made by council. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for the detailed report. We appreciate the report coming forward on this agenda to be kept informed. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To CBO Shiprack, I'm concerned about cost and escalation of cost. So seeing everything that's here, I have no way of knowing what that means to cost. And also, we know that it was an estimated standard type process to come up with a magnitude. So I'm hoping that we are trying to maintain that magnitude. Is that also the goal of the project team?
Go ahead, CBO Shiprack.
Yes, thank you for the question. That's correct.
Yeah.
The estimated costs were provided in the previous report to council. It was the intent of the architects to maintain those costs, sort of in that ballpark. Obviously, they're looking at the cost of what some of these lead recommendations are, and whether they're whether they're say cost effective. If there's a large cost with small gain, those are the things that they're omitting. Some of the low cost, high gain items, obviously those are the ones that they're looking at. Trying to get the most bang for the dollar is really what they're looking for. And again, once the final construction drawings are brought forward to council with that updated costing, we'll really have a better idea of where we're sitting. Unfortunately, I'm sure everybody's heard, construction right now is really difficult to gauge costs, specifically material costs. They have come back down slightly since where they were in the spring. So really where those costs are when we go to tender is going to be, where we at, but it's really going to be hard to say 100% with any type of construction right now what the final price is going to be, and that's going to be a consideration. And the architects can speak more to that when they bring back those final documents.
Further, Councillor Townsend?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Hergert.
Yes, also concerned about the cost. Thank you very much. I hear that we'll have a bit of a cost analysis for each one of these LED design standards in a future report. I'm also curious how we're coming on grant situation, wood grant, any other type of granting opportunities. Will that also be included in a future report? Okay, response CBO?
Currently, we have looked into a couple grants and we were not eligible for anything at this point. We did receive one possible grant in the last week or so that we are looking into. I don't have enough information at this point to provide comment, but we are looking into it, and that I can't say right now whether we'd be eligible for that or not, but we're definitely looking into that.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. Just one quick question, and thank you, CBO. I just know within Grey County, a new high school was built, and there's been some concern that not all of the entrances to the high school were made accessible, but the high school did meet the minimum standard as the Accessibility Act, or perhaps it's the building code, I'm not sure. So just wanted to check in with our police building. Will we do better than that? Will we make sure every entrance and door is accessible? Thank you.
CBO Shiprek.
Yes, thank you for the question. Our mandate right now is that they are required to meet all building code and legislative requirements. I can clarify with the architect whether if there's any further legislation that would require all entrances to be fully accessible, because currently the building code does not require all accesses to be accessible, fully accessible. But keep in mind that the building as designed is a ground floor building. It's one story. It's all one level. There's no stairs. It's going to be very close, to ground level. So there'll be minimal steps, more likely a ramp at each door, if anything. So really, to make it fully accessible wouldn't be difficult if it's not already. So that's definitely something I could speak with the architects about.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton? I'm just mindful of the time, but I know the significance of the issue.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate CBO looking into doing more than minimum, that we do ensure every entrance is accessible. And for this high school in particular, it was as simple as having the curb cuts and perhaps the door openers. So I appreciate us doing more than minimum, that the whole building's accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Clerk Sharba, could you read the motion at hand?
To your worship, the recommendation is that the report West Grey Police Services Building Update be received for information.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Okay, just a quick response to my inquiry about the agenda, and also I think it was Deputy Mayor that was looking to see if there was anything time sensitive. According to our CAO, all the public works reports are time sensitive, tenders need approved, and work has to start on the other 2 items. What I'm suggesting is that we, with council's indulgence, move the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works report ahead of our Director of Finance and Treasurer based on that. Are we in agreement with that? And if that's the case, I'm going to ask for a motion because it's changing the agenda. So if you're in favor of moving the Public Works reports ahead of the Director of Finance report, which would have come up next. Deputy Mayor, are you moving?
Yes, I'll move that motion just as you laid out there, Mayor Robinson, so we can keep going.
Thank you. And Councillor Shea, are you seconding that?
Yes, but I'd like to amend it to include moving those before the Director of Finance, and also to move the notice of motion at the end of the meeting before the Director of Finance.
So say that again, please.
I'd like to agree with what's been proposed, moving these forward, but I'd like to also include moving the notice of motion at the end of the meeting forward. So it's before the Director of Finance.
Okay, so we'll deal with the Director of Finance, Director of Infrastructure reports, then the notice of motion, and then we'll deal with as much as we could get through on the balance of the agenda. We have a mover, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Shea. Clerk Sharback, is there any procedural issue I need to be aware of, or council at this point on this matter? Thank you. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand then. 7 members of council have voted in favor of that. The motion is carried. All right, so we're going to go now on to 11.5, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. 11.5.1, Concession 2, WGR, paving tender results. Clerk Sharback, if you wouldn't mind to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council approve the tender award to the Murray Group Limited in the amount of $619,056.05 for paving of Concession 2, WGR, and that council approve a guardrail system be installed on Concession 2, WGR at the S-bend with the remaining funds from the Enbridge paving budget.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, the second motion.
Director Shurinsky, you're on deck for your presentation on this report, please.
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship. Essentially, Your Worship, members of council, this paving project is the result of the Owen Sound Reinforcement Pipeline Project, and it's as per the franchise agreement between Enbridge and the Municipality of West Grey. Essentially, what Enbridge has done is they have, West Grey has received $745,000, or sorry, $745 and $12 from Enbridge, and this is as per the franchise agreement to restore the surface of Concession 2 where their project went through. And essentially, it is once, if approved by council and so forth, this would make the surface of the road better than what it was when they went through with their project. And essentially, this money received and so forth does not impact and or is outside of our capital budget.
All right, questions? Councillor Townsend.
Madam Mayor, the recommendation talks about 619,000, but the report says the total cost is 698,000. Can you explain the difference, please?
Director Shurinsky, please.
Certainly, through your worship. Basically, with that, the 619,000 succinctly deals with the paving of the project. However, there are engineering costs as well, and contingencies that accumulate the total estimated cost of 698, and that's the difference in the values there.
Thank you very much. That's all I needed to know.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, just a question. This is pavement rather than tar and chip. Is that correct?
Your worship, that's correct.
Okay, because before it was tar and chip, right?
Yes, your worship. Yes, it certainly was.
Okay. And down at the bottom of your under financial resource implication, it says this project was not included in the 2021 capital budget, but we have funds allotted from Enbridge to do it, right? So it's not a financial issue?
Your worship, it is not a financial issue to the municipality, no.
Right. It just the project wasn't supposed to be done this year. That's sort of how that was worded, sort of thing.
It is a project that is being funded from Enbridge, and it is how should I say, it's as per Section 8 of the franchise agreement. It is to ensure that the road surface is made better than it was previous to the project. And this precipitated through the progress of their project, and money was received outside of the capital budget.
Yeah, okay. I understand it now. I just wasn't sure of the wording there, so no problem. Thank you.
Councillor Hergert, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did note that this is outside of our 2021 capital budget. I still believe that it does require resourcing from West Grey, either in time, tenders, reports, inspections, etc. But technically outside of our capital budget for 2021. I was curious about the delta between how much money the $745,000 and the $698,000. That delta, where will that go? The difference between what Enbridge has paid in and the cost of the project, will that be reserved for potential signs or other safety cautionary matters, as we've heard from our delegation this morning, or does that get wrapped back into Public Works budget?
Director Schwinski, do you have a response to that specific to the matter that we're dealing here on the motion?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Essentially, the difference in the funds, as I mentioned in my report, is to offset the cost of a guardrail system. So that's where the majority of that funding will go. And anything else that we can do to enhance the safety of concession 2 is what I intend to do with the funding.
So we may potentially have some money left over for signage and other items, other suggestions that were brought forward. Correct.
Through Your Worship, we still have to undergo the tendering process and so forth to get the guardrails system up. However, within the confines of that budget, I will make every effort to ensure that all of the safety, signage, etc., is in place in tandem with the concerns that are being brought forward in my August 3rd report, so that we can safely prepare and construct the road.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, I just want to double check your hand is up. All right, is there any other question with regard to this matter? Clerk Sharbutt, could you please read the motion at hand?
For you, the motion is that Council approve the tender award to the Murray Group Limited in the amount of $619,056.05 for paving of concession 2 WGR, and that Council approve a guardrail system be installed on concession 2 WGR at the S Bend with the remaining funds from the Enbridge paving budget.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. Moving on to 11.5.2, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment for the Lance Bridge. Clerk Sharbutt, to the recommendation, please.
To you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is to receive the report for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hergert, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
To you, Madam Mayor, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you. Director Shurinsky, please.
Certainly, to Your Worship. Council may recall that BM Ross and Associates was engaged to conduct a municipal class environmental assessment for the Lance Bridge. And attached to my report is a letter that was sent to West Grey outlining the MCEA process and the outcome. And essentially, as it states in my report here, is through the assessment alternatives, it was determined that the preferred solution is the replacement of the existing Lance Bridge with a 2-lane structure. There are a number of attributes associated with this alternative that justifies its consideration as a preferred option. And essentially, by posting the essentially that the EA process is coming to an end, and as well, this notice of completion starts a 30-day public review period of the environmental screening report. We will ensure that this report is on our website. We have communicated with members of concession 2 already. It is also on the BM Ross engineering website. And essentially I bring this to you for information to move forward with this project.
Thank you. Any questions, members of council? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. All right, we're looking at the time of 11:04. We have the next report, which is 11.5.3, West Grey Landfill Operations Update. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I'll move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Director Szawinski, please.
Certainly, Your Worship. And council may remember that through budget deliberations, there was discussion regarding the potential operational efficiencies and increases in revenue at the 3 solid waste facilities in West Grey. There's a table that I have in my report here that essentially details the existing operation and proposed operation. And to basically highlight them, essentially in summary, is that as discussed, the $5 minimum charge for accessing landfill sites would be increased to $10 for the minimum. And essentially that with the hours of operation, the outcome of this is that essentially that the Durham landfill site will be closed on Saturday, still open on Thursday and Friday, and that essentially the Normanby landfill site time for operations would be considered on Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Also, the effective September 1st is what I'm recommending, is that basically the film plastics recycling and expanded polystyrene recycling services be implemented on September the 1st. I reference the environmental compliance approvals as legislative requirements. And I've essentially detailed that what the operating expenses would look like and so forth for the remainder of the year.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I'll be just a couple questions through you to Director Szawinski. Am I reading that the $5 to the $10, is this for the first bag, or like I don't quite understand how that is. To enter, it's $10 now?
Essentially, through your worship, that's correct. To enter the landfill sites right now, the minimum charge is $5. And as per council's direction in previous budget discussions, that the minimum charge would then be $10 to access the landfill sites.
But that's what I'm saying though, to go in with 1 bag of garbage now is going to be a $10 fee, is how that's my take off.
Essentially, your worship, that's correct.
Okay, so that's just one question. And the other question I had, have we had any public consultation at all at any of the landfills with the public on their input about the potential hours of operation change? You know, say Normanby, they went for Sunday. I don't know that. I can't answer that, but I would like input from the public, and I'd like somebody to bring at least, or do we have numbers of how much traffic is coming through on the specific days they're open?
Director Szawinski.
Certainly, I can provide the numbers with respect to traffic at the landfill sites. That's not an issue. If council wishes for me to undertake further public consultation with respect to these changes, I can certainly undertake that. That is also the reason why I'm recommending that a September 1st startup, so that I can provide the public with public and education with respect to these changes.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing I had here was, did we get anywhere with the input from our waste collection at curbside versus the transferring from station to station? Was something we had asked about for quite some time ago, and there was going to be a analysis on that, whether, you know, if it's $2 at the curb versus $2 are going in, and we were trying to figure out if there was anything there for the public, because that is a question that keeps coming up.
Through your worship, essentially, if it is council's desire, I can provide that analysis for the August 3rd meeting with a report, if that is the will of council.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I may have a follow-up, but I'll let others speak.
I'd like our clerk to respond to the inquiry. Please go ahead, Clerk Sharbach.
I'm sorry, Mayor Robinson, I'm not sure what exactly you're wondering about.
Just in terms of the deputy's inquiry and consultation, do you have anything to add in regards to that?
I have nothing to add. That isn't in the director's report.
Thank you very much. Over to Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison. Yeah, I have a little concern with this. I think public-wise, we're going to get a lot of pushback, particularly the first one being Saturday, closing the landfill on Saturday. I've been there. Some of my family use that on a regular basis because they have a young family, and keeping garbage for 2 weeks in the summertime creates some issues. If you've been in the landfill in Durham on Saturday, it's busy. There's a lot of people going there. So I think by closing on Saturday is really going to create some issues. The other thing I have a concern with is now that we're adding potentially 400 more houses in the town of Durham, all of a sudden we're going to push those people if they wish to go on Saturday. And a lot of people, Saturday seems to be the day they visit the dump. They're going to be pushed to Bentic, which really goes against our whole philosophy of trying to prevent people from being on the road and using more gas just to go to a landfill. So I'd like to see us look at those numbers again and whatnot. I understand it's maybe a staffing thing. But I think maybe there's other options that we can look at instead of closing Saturday in Durham, being that we're the biggest population of all of West Grey. The other thing is, I think the $10 minimum charge, I think they're going to get a lot of pushback on that. But I mean, if we have to raise that, I know Hanover charges $10. Maybe we go there. That's one way of generating some revenue. But I really like to look at that hours of operation for sure, because I think that's going to be a big bone of contention. So maybe we can defer this for a cycle.
Are you putting that motion forward to defer, Councillor?
Yeah, I could do that. The director's already mentioned that he could, bring back something like next, maybe in August. So maybe we look at some more numbers and maybe look at some other plans. So yes, I'd like to make a motion to defer.
To the August meeting of council?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor, is your hand up for the seconding?
Yes, I will second that as Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck. If you, when you're ready, read the motion at hand.
So you moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. That the motion to receive the West Grey landfill operations update for information be deferred to the August 3rd meeting.
Members of council, are there any inquiries? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Five members have voted in favor. All those opposed? 2 members of council voted in opposition. The motion is carried on the deferral. So now we are going to deal with the notice of motion. And we also have Director Mighton's report. And I do know that there are some essential bylaws that need to get passed. So I'm hoping that you're all mindful of that. We're dealing with the notice of motion at hand, which is item 14.1, notice of motion, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM Standing Committee. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Your worship, the recommendation is set out in the agenda. Do you want the full motion read?
Yeah, yes, please.
Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, is inviting applicants from non-board members to their standing committees for a 1-year term, whereas Councillor Hamilton would like to be considered for one of 2 standing committees, either the Environmental Issues and Sustainable Development or the Increasing Women's Participation in Municipal Government, whereas FCM requires a resolution from West Grey Council authorizing Councillor Hamilton to sit on an FCM committee and confirming West Grey's willingness to incur the cost for attending meetings, which are scheduled for September 2021 virtual, November 2021 virtual or Ottawa, and March 2022 virtual or Windsor. Whereas West Grey has a bylaw which provides financial support for professional development. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby supports Councillor Hamilton's FCM Standing Committee application and supports covering the expenses incurred for attending meetings as part of the annual professional development allowance.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Councillor Hamilton at this point if it's one committee and what it is, because we don't have a mover at this point. So I want clarity from members of council. Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So for clarity, the application was due at the end of June, and I submitted my application. I had to indicate 2 committees which are listed, and the president would decide if I'm selected. And that they, should council support me, then I have until Thursday to provide the resolution from council to complete my application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Now, going back to the final report that we need to deal with, I have an indication on 11.4, Director of Finance and Treasurer, 11.4.1, Center Grey Health Services Foundation, Markdale Hospital. I have an indication from our CAO that this matter can wait until the August meeting. I wonder if I could have a motion to that effect, that this matter will be addressed at the August meeting. Councillor Shea, are you moving such a motion?
I'll move that, yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I'll second.
Members of council, are there any questions on the motion? Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the motion before I call the vote?
Did you hear me?
No, just now.
Robinson? Okay. That the item 11.4.1 be deferred to the August 3rd meeting.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. That motion has carried. Item 12 is question period. Are there any questions? Seeing none, let's swiftly move on to the bylaws. Thank you all. There are certain ones that need to be addressed, but let's see if we could get through all of them, please, members of council. 13.1, bylaw 51-2021, a zoning amendment, part of lot 18 to 19, concession 7, geographic township of Bentic. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
The recommendation is that bylaw 51-2021, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion? Yes.
Townsend, I move the motion, yes.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Shea, is that your hand up? Yes.
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. That motion has carried. 13.2, bylaw 52-2021, no demand for municipal service site plan agreement. Serbowski, Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation. You are on mute. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the recommendation is that bylaw 52-2021 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Will there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I'll move the motion.
Did I see a seconder with Councillor Hutchinson?
Councillor Hutchison, I second the motion.
Is there a question with regard to this? Councillor Hergert?
I do have a question. If we, the municipality, is still required to provide garbage pickup?
Director Sherinsky? Director Schwinsky, are you there to respond to the inquiry?
Service agreement, through your worship, and no service agreement would mean that, to the best of my knowledge, is that we do not provide services for that particular street.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert? No. Any other questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. That motion is carried. 13.3, bylaw 53-2021, no demand for municipal services site plan agreement, Piercy. Clerk Sharbuck, the recommendation, please.
The recommendation is that bylaw 53-2021 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I'll move the motion.
Will there be a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Questions? Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment for transparency is these last 2 bylaws are being passed as a result of activities and discussions that occurred at the Committee of Adjustment, where there's homes being requested to be built on lands that are not on do not have access through a maintained road by the municipality. So they take on that responsibility. But just so the public realizes that this has already been discussed in a different forum, and that's why it's easier for us to deal with this in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Further, members? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion has carried. Item 13.4, bylaw 54-2021, a deeming bylaw, removal of certain lands from part lot control. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 54-2021 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Let me finish my sentence. Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, I move the motion and I have a question.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding?
I'll second.
Question, go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Can we have Planner Spencer maybe just refresh our memory on this one? I'm sort of lost.
Sure.
What it's about.
Okay, Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So it was essentially this portion of the plan of subdivision was developed as a block. And in order for the properties to be conveyed as townhomes, they need to be deemed outside of the plan of subdivision to create those legal lot lines for conveyance purposes for each of those separate townhomes to be either mortgaged or purchased individually by property owners through that block.
Okay. Anything further? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.5, bylaw 55-2021, appointment of a municipal bylaw enforcement officer and authorized agreement. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 55-2021 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Are you, pardon me, is there a seconder for this motion? And Councillor Hergert, is that you with your hand up?
Sure. Yes, I will second this, and I do have a question.
Okay, now would be the appropriate time.
The term of this contract is never ending except the termination clauses. Is that correct?
Clerk Sharbuck, please.
I believe there is a termination clause in it, yes.
But it's not for a definite period of time, it's indefinite period.
Clerk Sharbuck.
That's my understanding, is that it begins July 6th and continues until terminated.
Is that typical? I thought before that we did like a 1 year at a time.
Clerk Sharbuck.
The previous one was bridging, sort of an interim agreement with a time period attached. But the termination clause is equally effective, and it is reviewed annually with those payments being made. It is definitely all of those contracts are looked at regularly because we're paying invoices for them, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
I just got a question with hours of service. I see that it's an 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. job Monday to Friday, but my understanding was this was supposed to be was already a part-time position, but yet we're saying that it's full-time hours.
Clerk Sharbach?
No, there's not full-time hours. It's within those hours. So that means that if there's a noise complaint at 11:30 at night, our bylaw officer doesn't respond to that. The police would respond to that. So her work is carried out in the regular hours, but it's not for all of those hours. Does that make sense?
Anything further?
Yes, so we don't have any contracted number of hours then with this position.
Clerk Sharbach?
I thought it was contracted hours in there. I thought it was clarified. We do have to pass bylaw 57. So I can.
Is that something that can be addressed? Because I know the importance of having this, is that something we can address at a later time? Clerk Sharbach?
Well, it could technically be changed at a later time, but I thought, and I'll ask Tifa if
I didn't notice it in there, but maybe it's something we can amend later if that's necessary.
I was sure the hours were in here, and I'm not seeing it just now when I'm looking at it. It does say hours of service. So it doesn't set out a specific minimum. It's been on and on call as needed, dealing with complaint basis. So that tends to round out over the course of the year, even though spring is often a very busy time for property standards. And it levels out over the year. That's why there isn't specific hours per week, because it's quite seasonal.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I think it needs further discussion, but that's fine.
Agreed. Any other members of council? All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 13.6 bylaw 56-2021 Joint Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Agreement. Clerk Sharbach to the motion.
The recommendation is that bylaw 56 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Is that you, Councillor Hutchinson, with your hand up?
I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.7 bylaw 57-2021 dedicate lands as a public highway. Clerk Sharbach to the motion.
The motion through you, your worship, is that bylaw 57-2021 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, would that be you?
Yes, and a comment?
Thank you. And could you please put your hand down, the electronic hand, at the appropriate time and ask your question? Now would be appropriate.
Well, this is the one that we had an addendum sent where there was just it was a title clarification, right? There was some kind of misunderstanding on title.
Clerk Sharbach?
Right.
To your worship, that's correct. It's a technical housekeeping matter. And part of it is the transition from the old registry system to the new land title system. And this just needed tidied up. It came to light when the property owner chose to put their property for sale. So this is part of their process that they need tidied up before they can go forward with that.
Thank you.
Further? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.8, bylaw 58-2021, confirm the proceedings of council. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
The recommendation is that bylaw 58-2021 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover?
Oh, point of order.
What is your point of order?
Sorry, aren't we on the confirming bylaw, which would be number 59?
It's 58-2021.
Sorry, for 58, I had the water sewer rates.
Yes.
Clerk Sharbuck?
Yes, 58 is the water and sewer rates.
So are we doing 58 or 59?
59 is confirming.
Okay, I do not have that on my agenda. So I have bylaw 58-2021, confirm the proceedings of council. So Clerk Sharbuck, could you just please confirm what 13.8 is?
Can you pass me here?
And
yes, bylaw 58 is a bylaw to regulate the distribution, use, and rates of the Newstead and Durham water and sewer systems. And the recommendation is that it be read a first, second, and third and final time. So this was sent with an email to all of council and reposted on the agenda as a corrected error, which you will recall.
all right, so thank you for that clarification. I'm going to say we're at 1:30. So that by our procedural bylaw, Clerk Sharbuck, means that we've completed our agenda at this point, and that all incomplete items get moved to the next agenda, which is August 6th. Is that correct? Yeah, so that's where we're at, members of council. It's 1:30, it's just 1:31 now. So all the items as per our procedural bylaw that are unfinished go over to the next agenda, which is in August. And so we've got that 58 bylaw and 59, and we've got some in camera. So we stand adjourned. We do not require an adjournment at this point because that is the time that we end the meeting, correct? And we will see you at our next meeting. Thank you very much.